The Final Trial, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Blood Ore for the gift, Wang Wei sent a projection to the ancient spirit world, where the barbarian siblings came from. As soon as he arrived, he immediately noticed the dangerous surroundings. He was currently in a place where an intense winter ravaged the land. Not far from his position, Wang Wei saw a group of tall men, women, and children dressed in animal-made clothes. As they traveled eastward, the group led a herd of sheep, goats, cattle, and horses. Migration. Wang Wei used his divine sense to learn about these people's language and current situation from someone who appeared to be their leader. He learned this man was called Batu, and these mortals belonged to the Bata tribe, ruled by the monk dynasty. According to the custom of this world, only one person worthy enough can have the name of the tribe, symbolizing their status and strength. Every few years, the 3-year winter arrives in their region, and under the monk Khan, ruler of the monk dynasty, all tribes must migrate to an area more suitable for living. Wang Wei spread his divine sense to the surrounding area and learned many things. The ancient spirit world is ruled by the barbarian race, while other races are the minority. This world is not friendly to mortals as there are natural disasters all over the entire world. Things like winter that last dozens of years, heat waves that would turn the most luscious forest into deserts, non-stop rain for years, rainstorms, thunderstorms, tsunamis, and myriad other terrible natural disasters. The mortals have adapted to the world by becoming nomadic societies that constantly move from one region to another. Meanwhile, cultivators will live in these severe regions and use the environment to temper their bodies. As such, body refining is very prominent in this world. Additionally, teleportation across regions is very difficult and reserved for powerful sects because of the abnormal weather. Space resources or abilities are precious in this world since most cultivators cannot teleport in the ancient spirit world until they become supreme. The situation subsequently results in animals and the demon race becoming the main form of transportation. In this world, having a good horse or demon ride is something to brag about. Wang Wei's projection teleported far away, trying to gather more information about this world. The most powerful emperor lineages of this world had 12 great emperors, while the second had 11, and it was the one the siblings originated. So, the 12 emperor curse exists, thought Wang Wei as he analyzed the information. Based on the history, he could detect that this world once had a 9-emperor curse after the Setsen tribe cultivated their 9th emperor. Then, out of nowhere, the Kutulan tribe began to rise, producing their 9th emperor soon afterward. The Setsen tribe then cultivated their 10th emperor, and a few other tribes also cultivated their 9th emperor. The situation repeated itself after the Setsen tribe cultivated its 12th emperor. With the existence of the siblings, Wang Wei can predict that the Kutulan tribe will catch up in this generation, maintaining the balance that Heavenly Tao desires. As for eternal emperors, the ancient spirit world had 4s, one from the Setsen and Kutulan tribe, the other from the most powerful human faction with 6 great emperors, and the last one was a loose cultivator. After getting the general situation of this world, Wang Wei checked the ancient spirit realm, a dimension where countless spirits resided. The spirits level varied from ordinary animals to innate demons and fallen emperors who have become spirits. As soon as he entered this realm, Wang Wei's projection frowned. He sensed a gaze that even brought tremendous pressure on him. I was detected. And to give me such a level of pressure, it must have the power of a great emperor. After pondering for a moment, he did not go snooping and left. He headed straight for the nearest great thousand world in that community to check things out. He discovered the custom and environment were similar to the ancient spirit world. The creatures in this place could also access the ancient spirit realm. Could the ancient spirit realm be the reason for the uncontrollable natural disaster? Thought Wang Wei for a moment before focusing on something else. This world community is perfect for preaching Buddhism. Although the resources are abundant, the disparity between mortals and cultivators is two extremes. Cultivators use the environment to their benefit, while mortals have to constantly migrate, losing countless lives in the process. If there were a faction willing to help and support them, the amount of incense gathered would be astronomical. However, Wang Wei was worried about the ancient spirit realm as he felt something was wrong with that place. It could become a stumbling block in his plan. Let's try, but do it slowly. After making a decision, Wang Wei sent a projection to the star beast world. After spreading his divine sense, a slight surprise appeared on his face as he appeared outside of the atmosphere. A planet. He looked in the distance, and he saw many more planets. He teleported over there. There were many races, including humans, demons, spirit races, barbarians, and many more. He saw planets the size of Earth, some as big as stars, and he even saw many bigger than thousands of galaxies. However, most of those appeared to be artificially created. In one particular planet that was extremely vast, Wang Wei could tell it was the body of a cultivator. A cosmic-based world. The advantage should be its vastness, while the disadvantage is the isolation of different planets, star systems, and galaxies. However, the isolation is perfect for Buddhism to secretly establish a base. He went on to check some of the worlds in the lower realm, and their composition was similar, except way smaller. After getting the information he wanted, Wang Wei finally checked on his chat group. Mad King, the assassin, the doctor, the scholar, the butcher, and wannabe god had all become tier 6. Over the years, the group contacted each other less in a blatant attempt to reduce the effect the group or Lord of Karma had on them. However, they realized how useless this method was when the Mad King suddenly attacked wannabe gods' worlds, wreaking havoc in a sneak attack. Then, the group became weary of each other, planning to protect themselves or attack others. Wang Wei did not spend much time with them but released a mission for these people to help spread Buddhism in their factions. And the reward was very generous and enticing. Afterward, he began to create other subgroups of the chat group based on the Heavenwell community. Wang Wei currently had access to a few communities to recruit people in large numbers. He divided the recruit into 2 groups. The first one was sovereign or rulers, people who controlled a large population. Wang Wei chose people who had rights to the throne but did not have power for myriad reasons, mostly political or military. He would help them sit on the throne in exchange for making Buddhism the main religion and allowing them to gather incense. The second recruited group were people with a high affinity with Buddhism, and they were the group he would grant the Buddha world seeds. These people would become monks and practice Tao Buddhism. He also lured a few quasi-emperors into converting, making them serve as the protector of these new and weak monks. All these things took him 3 days to accomplish. On the first day, he received a notification from Lord Spirit that the final trial would occur in a week despite the upper-seated players leaving. Wang Wei exhaled deeply after accomplishing his task. The seed has been planted. Now, all I have to wait for is the towering tree. He did not just spread Buddhism in these world communities, he also left his fate shadow guards along with some other secret factions. And as long as he acquires more coordinates, his tentacles will continue to spread throughout the endless void. Of course, Wang Wei did not intervene in the Heavenwell worlds. He did not infiltrate or leave any factions, it was too risky. Since he had time, Wang Wei returned home to cultivate his acupoints into the turtle defense array. The idea of the turtle acupoints defense array is to condense a talisman that contains the power of the sects array. Wang Wei has to keep the talisman inside his divine sea. He can set up the array with his acupoints, and the talisman would be the primary power source. The sect's formation could be moved, and Wang Wei could keep it inside his divine sea. But that would leave it vulnerable, so he had to use this alternative method. The downside of both ways was the fleshly body had to be of a certain level to bear an emperor-level talisman or array, and not all its power could be mobilized. In just 4 days, Wang Wei barely started learning this array. Regardless, he had to leave to return to the trial. Once everybody had arrived and taken their position, Lord Spirit spoke. The main theme of this final trial is longevity. Seeking longevity, I. The final trial is simple. Your mind will be sent to a mortal body. The setting will be a mortal world with little to no spiritual chi. Your mission will be to create a method of longevity. The ranking will be based on the person who can live the longest, said Lord Spirit. You said little to no spiritual chi. Can you be more specific? Asked Tong Ruobing. There was a vast difference between a world with absolute zero spiritual energy to one still having some trace of it, no matter how little. You can find out on your own. Any more concerns? No one said anything as they contemplated how to pass this trial. From the basic information provided, it was obvious that things would be more complex than stated. In that case, let's begin. The participants proceeded to the pagoda. When Wang Wei opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a rock-hard bed, wearing old clothes that had been washed too many times. He stood up from his bed and immediately saw how skinny and malnourished he was. Even when he was an orphan back on Earth, he was never this weak. Wang Wei slowly walked to a bronze mirror to see his reflection. It was his face instead of somebody else. Then, some information appeared in his mind, which simply stated he was an orphan in this village. The info also contained some basic information about the villager and its villagers. Wang Wei took a moment to ponder his next course of action. The first step was to decide whether this world had any spiritual chi and its quantity. This information would determine the method he would use next. Unfortunately, he could not sense anything as this body severely restricted the power of his soul. He needed to enter a deep state of meditation to sense energy. But with how weak his body was, he could die if he did so. The mind or spirit connects the soul to the body. If he entered deep meditation with his malnourished body, his fleshly body could not bear the process. I need some meat and nutrients, thought Wang Wei as he considered his options. Hunting would not work in his current state, so he decided to steal. There were a few villagers with livestock, so he targeted them. He memorized the layout of the village and the villagers' habits, like sleeping and drinking time. Then, he stole some vegetables and a chicken from one of the neighbors to make soup. There were no spices, including salt, so the food tasted horrible. I can't remember the last time I felt hunger, thought Wang Wei as he munched on a chicken leg. Ever since he began cultivating, he never felt the sensation of hunger. If he counted the time he spent listening to his ancestor preaching, he was now over 100,000 years. And the sensation was the first time in a very long time. It somehow felt nostalgic. He still had his desire for good food, but the Buddhist instinct for nutrients. Aging, sickness, hunger, and death are fundamental things defining a human. So, am I a human without these things? Wang Wei was not having an existential crisis about his identity since he did not care that much. He believed that since he still had his emotions and desires, and since he thought himself to be human, he was human. However, now that he had nothing else to do, he wanted to ponder this philosophical argument. Of course, once he finished stuffing his face and digested the food, he went to bed since he was tired. For the next month, Wang Wei became a thief at night while helping on the farm in the morning. Because of his quiet and helpful personality, no one suspected him when his thievery reached a point it could no longer be hidden. The villagers organized a night watch group to catch the thief, and Wang Wei offered a few opinions on better organizing things. Of course, no one caught him. During this month, he used a martial breathing method he knew to maximize the absorption of nutrients from all the food he ingested. As such, he could return to normal health in just 1 month. Wang Wei had to wear more oversized clothes to hide the changes in his body since he was no longer as skinny as a bone. And with a semi-healthy body, he could finally attempt deep meditation. Unfortunately, he did not have the environment to do so. In his current situation, if he was disturbed and forcefully woken up from deep meditation, he could injure his spirit and soul. And he did not feel it was safe to just barricade the hut he lived in since it was not soundproof. With the desire to be cautious, he spent another month digging out a hideout. Wang Wei took this time to build some muscles and allowed the scandal of his thievery to die amongst the villagers before they got the government involved. He took the time to go hunt since he only needed a bow and arrow, and for his new body to adapt to his previous skill. After building the hideout, he attempted his first deep meditation. Usually, Wang Wei could see the spiritual qi between heaven and earth with his eyes. And even if that was possible, it should only require a few minutes of meditation to sense it, or an hour, at best. Unfortunately, he spent more than 4 hours before detecting something. That's how rare spiritual qi was in this world. With how weak spiritual qi is, if I nourish my body with it, I can only live up to 80 years. The energy of this world was so thin that no energy system Wang Wei knew could be used to begin the path of cultivation. And if he only used it to temper and nourished his body, he estimated he could only live a maximum of 80 years. In this world, the average lifespan is 40 to 50 years, so living up to 80 years could be considered achieving longevity. But it was not nearly as good for the trial. I'm sure there might be some herbs deep in the mountain that absorbed a large quantity of spiritual qi. But could I get my hands on one? For the next week, he searched the nearby mountain while hunting. Unfortunately, he never saw any spiritual herb. He also never encountered any animals with spirituality, which would also be a good supplement. Wang Wei then concluded that his luck in this world was average and subpar. I must create a cultivation system perfectly suited to this low-level world. Wang Wei had another option to build a science and technology civilization. Then, use genetic engineering to achieve longevity. But he knew the consequences and decided otherwise. Inside his hideout, he pondered deeply about his next step. Essence, qi, and spirit. These three treasures are the essence of cultivation and the three fundamental paths to achieving longevity. If I followed the correlation between them, I could live a long life in this poor environment. An idea of the way forward began in his mind. Let's begin with essence. Wang Wei began to train his body in martial arts. He used his abundant knowledge to create the perfect exercise for his body. Training requires energy to support the Bodhi's evolution. And since he could not rely on spiritual qi, he found another alternative: blood energy. Animals' flesh and bones contain a large amount of blood energy based on their sizes. And through consuming them, Wang Wei acquired the energy his body needed to become stronger. Every day, he would hunt in the forest with traps and his bow and arrow. He consumed the prey's flesh and trained in his martial art. In just 6 months, Wang Wei's body has the strength of 3 cows. He could smash a large boulder with one punch and fight a tiger with his bare hands. Unfortunately, he encountered another problem. He needed to consume the equivalent of 10 cows every day to maintain his training. Although blood energy was a form of energy, it was also the lowest kind with many impurities, making absorbing it extremely inefficient, even with martial techniques to optimize the process. And there was also the issue of impurities. Wang Wei had to spend at least 5 hours a day on the toilet, removing these impurities from his body. And since he was not a cultivator and expunged impurities through his skin, he had no choice but to use the toilet. With the time I spent hunting, eating, training, and shitting, I will never finish the essence refining technique. It did not take him long to realize the solution to his problem: money. As long as he had money, he could cut off the time to hunt and cook, focusing on his training. Furthermore, with money, he could also buy rare resources like 100-year-old ginseng, that are great for nourishing the body. It's like the ancients said, only the rich can practice martial arts. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Wei decided to leave the village to the nearest city to make some wealth. Seeking Longevity, 2, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Punched Haddock 5 for the gift. Xiao Wei, take good care of yourself. I will, Aunt Li. This is for you, said the middle-aged woman, handing him a little sachet with coins. Although it is not much, it should help you. Thank you. Wang Wei directly accepted, knowing she would insist and refuse his refusal. Furthermore, he knew she would not suffer from this slight loss of money. To repay the karma of the livestock and vegetables he stole, he would give a share of his hunt to the village while sharing some knowledge about agriculture, allowing the village to yield more in the previous reaping season. "Good boy," said Aunt Li as she liked that Xiao Wei was not like other boys, trying to be modest. He knew when to accept help and refuse. Many other villagers came to bid him goodbye while also giving him some gifts, mostly some money or items in their family they believed would bring luck and prosperity. Wang Wei thanked everyone before bidding them goodbye. Then, he hopped on the caravan he had paid that would take him to Spiral Leaf City, a middle-tier city size-wise of the Great Lu dynasty. The journey took half a month, and they encountered a few bandits. However, the caravan had trained bodyguards armed with weapons. Wang Wei observed the bandits and guards to see if there was any power system, mostly martial art. And there was. But, it was nothing like training the body to increase strength. The system evolved around the moves or martial skills. The head guard and one of the bandit leaders were very adept at the weapons they used, and Wang Wei could detect they had spent years training. Of course, he did not come up with conclusive evidence as of yet since there was the possibility these people were not privy to this world's power system. After arriving at Spiral City, Wang Wei began to act. He chose this city because it was larger than the smaller ones, far away from the capital they could not easily reach, and it was a port city. The ocean was excellent for business. After settling in an inn, Wang Wei acted. There were 3 families with the most influence in Spiral Leaf City: Liao, Qi, and Yun. With his martial skills, he infiltrated these families' mansions to access their library. Knowledge was precious in ancient times, and he could barely get some information from the surrounding villages. And by reading these old and powerful clans' knowledge, he could analyze the overall situation of this world. "I guess I should have expected this," thought Wang Wei as he placed a scroll back where he found it. There was no cultivation or power system in this world, and as he previously observed, martial art was based purely on skills and practice. Extraordinary powers only appeared in the form of certain individuals born with inhumane strength. These people often become generals that can slaughter hundreds of soldiers on the battlefield. He also read of some people who ate weird herbs in the forest and became extremely powerful. Wang Wei sighed in disappointment as he could easily explain these phenomena. The people with inhumane strength are people born with divine strength due to their luck. At birth, they were lucky to absorb some spiritual qi, nourishing their bodies. As for the people who became experts after eating herbs, that's even easier to answer. These people were lucky to acquire the rare spiritual herbs of this world. Wang Wei quietly left the Liao clan's mansion with the reaffirmed belief that he must rely on himself to achieve longevity. "If I want to make money, there are a few paths before me. The first is to become a scholar and use the government's power to acquire wealth. This path is too long and full of too much uncertainty. In this ancient times, a person could not become a scholar simply because they were talented. Scholars, especially ones from low backgrounds, needed to attend schools built by noble clans. And after years of serving them, they can get recommended for government positions. If only this world had the imperial examination, thought Wang Wei, even though he knew this might not help. Throughout history, the noble clans have also corrupted the imperial exam. The second path is through the military. With my strength, becoming a mighty general is not a problem. However, if possible, I would like to avoid large quantities of battles. Battles often injure the body. And with the scarce resources in this world, repeated injuries will lead to a decline in lifespan, which was contrary to Wang Wei's goal. So, that only leaves me with the commerce path. Wang Wei studied business in his past life and could create a successful one as long as he analyzed the needs and wants of this city. However, there was a problem. Backing. In this ancient time, doing any business without the proper backing will result in it being taken, or worse, killed. He could predict that if he created a successful business, the three families, the government, and a bunch of other people would target him. So, he needed backing. The easiest one is to either use his charming face and marry one of the main branch daughters of the three families. But he did not dare. Or, become an underling of the city's mayor, joining the side of the government. And there was no way he would do that. So, he took the third option, create one for himself. And the method was simple and rude. He used his overwhelming martial prowess to conquer all the city gangs, both small and big. He thought a small group of elites his essence-refining technique, to create a powerful force under him. Then, after stabilizing his power as a gang leader, he entered the business field. Wang Wei did not go for the obvious shipbuilding and transportation since Spiral Leaf City was near the ocean. The royal family banned shipbuilding out of fear of people creating private navies, and Wang Wei did not want to get on the wrong side for now. He went for the salt business, which was also outlawed. However, he knew this ban was not from the royal family but the result of a few powerful clans in the capital who had monopolies in the salt business. Since he was far away and had less scruple dealing with these clans than the royal family, which was still in its prosperity age, he did not mind slowly taking over the salt business. With his new method of refining seawater into salt and a better purification process, he rapidly swapped the surrounding cities' markets. And when some people tried to intervene, they were in for a rude awakening. Nevertheless, this was not all of Wang Wei's business plan. The next step was the casino and red light districts. Wang Wei revitalized these two industries. He added new games to the casino along with marketing tactics to get more people to participate. He did the same for the red light districts. In the brothels controlled by his gang, the women no longer sold their bodies but art. He taught these girls how to read, write, sing, dance, play instruments, calligraphy, and poems. People came to the brothels to witness these girls' talent, not for their bodies. Of course, it helped they were all attractive and had beautiful skin because of a herbal lotion he made, another business, after trying to create a herbal bath for his training. Wang Wei was a man who liked to do this well and thoroughly when he began something. So, he went above and beyond in his business path. He created roads that facilitated more accessible travel from other cities to Spiral Leaf. He conquered the surrounding bandits and turned them into an escort service. As long as merchants paid a specific price, they would be escorted without worrying about their merchandise being robbed. And when merchants realized it was guaranteed to arrive in Spiral Leaf City with their products, more of them traveled there, turning the city into a hub of merchants. And they were not the only people attracted. Many scholars rushed to this city, rumored to give birth to countless surpassing poems. Wang Wei had no shame in embezzling the famous poems from his past life. Plus, with his intelligence and experience, he could create many literary masterpieces. Copying them was easier. In just a few years, Wang Wei became the wealthiest man in the Great Lu dynasty, spreading to many fields across the nation. He had his hands on every business possible. However, he also ensured he did not have a monopoly on all of them to prevent people from rioting and to partner against him. As expected, he acquired the ire of many clans and factions. Unfortunately, everyone who tried to intervene in his business would not end well. Even the royal family suffered many losses after they attempted to deal with him. Of course, Wang Wei did not care about his abundant wealth as in terms of real value. His current worth was not as good as the pocket money his grandma used to give him when he was a child. Nevertheless, wealth served its purpose. With money and a large group, he did not have to hunt for meat for his martial art training. Furthermore, he had many people searching for spiritual herbs in every corner of the dynasty, using any means to acquire them. Bang! Wang Wei threw a punch, generating a small shockwave. The strength of 9 ox. Is this the body limit of a weak world? He shook his head. It took him 20 years and countless resources to reach the limit of tempering his body, making him 35 years old. And the result was 9 ox of strength, which was on par with the body-refining second layer in the origin system. Thinking about how much time he spent on the toilet, Wang Wei felt it was not worth it. Luckily, after reaching a certain stage where he had complete control over his body, he could expel impurities from his pores. He also developed some cooking methods to reduce animal meat impurities. It doesn't matter. With the essence refining technique completed, I can live for 120 years. The next step is qi refining. He looked in the distance, thinking about the next step in his plan. Seeking longevity. 3. Wang Wei rode a horse to a city very close to the capital of Great Lu. His departure alerted many people, thinking he was heading to the capital. As such, he encountered a few assassination attempts in the process but dealt with them quickly. After arriving at his destination, he headed straight to a mansion he had built more than 20 years ago. The hired maids had cleaned the villa before his arrival, but the caretaker dismissed them before Wang Wei's arrival. As soon as Wang Wei stepped into the yard, he could feel his breathing was smoother, his mind clearer, and the air fresher. There was a tall and luscious tree in the backyard, and despite the fact it was fall, it still had all its leaves. There seems to be no problem with the feng shui formation, thought Wang Wei. With this world's low amount of spiritual qi and not having access to his spiritual power, he could not use runes to make formations. As such, he had to use feng shui methods of using the surroundings to set up formation and borrow the power of heaven and earth. Wang Wei calculated the perfect spot where spiritual qi naturally flowed in the entire Great Lu dynasty. Then, he built countless cities for the formation, using the current mansion as the core. The result was a powerful qi-gathering array to gather all the scattered spiritual qi of the Great Lu dynasty. After checking that nothing had gone wrong, Wang Wei went to a sealed room deep underneath the mansion. He locked himself inside before cultivating. After entering a deep state of cultivation, he could sense all the spiritual qi in the surrounding. After gathering for 20 years, there is so little, thought Wang Wei, who was speechless. He could swear a mortal back home passively breathed in more spiritual qi than this entire country. The environment is vital for cultivators. He could imagine how horrible it would be to live in such a terrible environment, trying to cultivate. After shaking his head, he continued with his cultivation. He used the qi refining method he created to absorb and condense the energy in his dantian. After a few hours, he heard a loud boom and saw a small dimension above his navel. So small. Wang Wei decided to complain no longer, as this was not an issue of his Buddhist talent but the environment. And unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about that. In his dantian, he saw a gas floating. It was his new inner qi. Since I've been using a martial art theme, let's call it internal energy. He created this energy based on the true yuan he learned from Jin Chaos World. However, it was of way lower quality. Low spiritual qi also means the laws of this world are incomplete, which leads to a lower power ceiling and many other restrictions, analyzed Wang Wei before continuing to cultivate. Using the remaining qi, he expanded his dantian while also increasing his inner energy. Then, he checked his body. My lifespan has increased from 120 to 250 years old. And once I've completed this stage, I could add more. Wang Wei did not leave his mansion as he focused on cultivation. After using all the spiritual qi, the process drastically slowed down, so he had to use alternative methods. With inner energy, he could finally use some alchemy techniques. He refined the blood energy in meats into pills. With this method, he did not need to eat 50 cows daily but turned them into a pill containing their combined condensed blood energy. Subsequently, he converted the blood energy in the pills into inner energy to continue his cultivation. Additionally, his business would keep sending him some rare spiritual herbs, and he would create qi refining pill to help him. As such, Wang Wei spent years in retreat, only leaving his mansion 3 times to deal with some people who had no eyes and tried to get rid of his resource-gathering business. It took him 15 years to fill his dantian before proceeding to the next stage of cultivation. The human body requires 5 elements and yin-yang to balance. And doing so can prolong life and achieve longevity. Wang Wei followed that philosophy by using his organs to generate 5-element qi and fusing them with his inner energy. The process took him another 15 years of non-stop cultivating, regardless of the loneliness and isolation of this world. After the 5 elements qi baptizement, Wang Wei's lifespan increased by another 50 years for a total of 300 years. So, he proceeded to the yin-yang balance by getting the energy he wanted from the sun and moon. Wang Wei initially wanted to create a high martial system based on star power. Regrettably, he could not sense any star power, most likely, due to the laws of this world. He could feel the energy from the sun and moon, but his body simply could not bear the energy of these heavenly bodies in large quantity. He did a few experiments, and people could not condense sun powers into their bodies and dantian. The pure yang energy would burn anyone to ashes. The sun went for the moon and pure yin energy as it would freeze people to death. He waited under the yard's tree at dawn when the first sunlight appeared. He hurriedly used his method to catch the tiniest of yang qi. Instantly, his body turned red, and an intense heat emanated from his body, charring his clothes. Wang Wei felt he would spontaneously combust and die. Luckily, he swallowed a nature pill before his attempt, which reduced the effect. Wang Wei ignored the pain as he fused the yang qi with his inner energy, sublimating it to a higher level. Phew, he exhaled a hot breath. He checked his body and discovered he had lost 5 years of lifespan because of the yang qi damage. He was not surprised as he calculated he would lose more until he absorbed yin qi to balance his inner energy. After that, he will recuperate his loss and gain more. Wang Wei continued absorbing yang qi until he met the requirement. Then, he cultivated at dusk to absorb yin qi until he achieved balance. And as his inner energy flew throughout every part of his body, it removed impurities while strengthening his flesh and increasing his lifespan. The process took him 20 years, meaning he spent 50 years in the qi refining realm, and that was only because it was him. If it was a normal person with ordinary talent or even above average channel, they might never fill their dantian. It's a shame I could not condense a core, thought Wang Wei. His previous plan was to condense his inner energy to sublimate it into a higher form. Unfortunately, due to the incomplete rules of this world, the process did not succeed. So, Wang Wei had to continue on his previously established plan. I need a break, muttered Wang Wei. He essentially spent the past few years non-stop cultivating. Although 50 years was nothing to him, he also wanted to enjoy himself a little. So, he left his mansion to visit his business and the surrounding cities. He even visited the surrounding dynasties since Great Lu was not the only one in this world. His paw had secretly reached these dynasties as he set up the qi gathering formation to gather most of the qi. However, he did not use them since he wanted to use them for the essence refining method. While Wang Wei enjoyed his travel, news, and rumors about him spread throughout the entire world. And the rumor was that he was immortal. After all, he was now in his later 80 seconds, but his face had not changed from a teenager in his 20s. However, when people wanted to talk to him or make his acquaintance, he had already returned to his mansion to cultivate. Using his inner energy and reserved spiritual qi, he targeted his Naiwan palace to open his sea of consciousness. The process was tedious and lengthy, but he eventually opened a small space, gaining access to his spiritual power. In the cultivation room, Wang Wei suddenly floated in the air. He used his spiritual power as telekinesis to levitate. Unfortunately, he could only fly for about 10 minutes before running out. After shaking his head in dismay, Wang Wei continued to cultivate. He used his inner energy and remaining qi to expand his sea of consciousness and increase spiritual power. Phew, he muttered. At this rate, I'll never be able to condense my soul. He now had a lifespan of 800 years old, but he did not think it was enough to win this trial. While thinking about his next step, he suddenly sensed something and looked in the distance. He smiled. I guess I don't have to go myself. He left the retreat room and walked to the yard, and waited. Less than a minute later, a young man walked into the yard. The latter instantly became shocked after seeing Wang Wei. World's richest man, Wang Wei, should be 103 years old this year, but he looks younger than me. The rumors were true, through the young man, as a decisive look appeared on his face. He knelt on the ground, shocking his entourage. Immortal, please help me. Seeking Longevity, 4, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Grum for the gift, the young man's entourage wanted to stop him but feared offending Wang Wei. So, they stood frozen, indecisive about what to do. Meanwhile, Wang Wei calmly looked at the young man kneeling on the ground. Your fourth prince, Kong Rong. It is the lowly one. Interesting. So, why are you asking me for help? I have nothing to do with your royal family. Kong Rong gritted his teeth and said, I want to be sovereign. Your Highness, yelled his companions as they looked around to see if anyone heard. And despite not seeing anything, they were worried since these words could be considered treason and lead to their master's death along with all his retainers, them. Kong Rong ignored and continued. He understood this might be his only chance. And when speaking to someone as powerful as the world's richest man, he had to be direct to have an opportunity. I know, an immortal as high and mighty as you might not care about the affairs of the mundane world. But to me, this is everything. You're wrong. After all, there is a reason I have so much wealth. Kong Rong smiled while remaining in his kowtow stance as he understood the meaning behind these words. He had a chance. Immortal Reverend, I will give you whatever you desire, as long as you help sit on the throne. Kong Rong had no choice but to use this extreme method. He had more than 40 brothers and sisters, but only 5 were eligible to compete for the throne, and he was one of them. Amongst all his 5 brothers, he was the most qualified. He was more intelligent and had the best political, economic, diplomatic, and military sense. He cultivated the best retainers to help him in court and even gained the support of many people in the dynasty. Unfortunately, his father hated him for some reason and did everything to reduce his power or give his brothers the advantage. Kong Rong could not understand why his father hated him so much. At first, he thought because he was the product of a lowly maid. But his 8th brother has a similar background, and his father did not treat him the same. Recently, his father passed an imperial decree that essentially banished him to the borders, removing him from the competition. After that, Kong Rong thought about rebellion. Unfortunately, his father had absolute power in the empire. He easily removed Kong Rong's power and prestige, so he knew rebellion would result in his death. After pondering the situation for many days, Kong Rong concluded there was one person who could give him what he wanted, the world's richest man, Wang Wei. Only this man who controlled more than 70% of the world's wealth and an unknown army of martial artists with superhuman strength. So, without hesitation, he took his most trusted subordinate and traveled day and night to meet his legendary man. Kong Rong instantly knew he had made the correct choice after seeing how young the person was for his age. You understand the consequences of making such a deal with me? Wang Wei asked. I do. He understood what might happen to have an immortal by his side. He might turn into a puppet ruler. Nevertheless, he wanted to take the risk. Very well. Let's discuss things in the capital. Wang Wei waved his hand to wrap Kong Rong and his group with his spiritual power and flew to the sky, shocking the group. Kong Rong took a deep breath to ease the fear and excitement he felt from the sensation of flying and the awe he felt for Wang Wei's power. Meanwhile, his entourage almost screamed out of fear. Luckily, Wang Wei blocked their mouths. The capital was close to his location, so they only flew for a few minutes before arriving at their destination. If Kong Rong had looked closely, he would have detected Wang Wei's face was paler than before. The short soaring session while carrying 3 people and himself almost drained his spiritual power. However, it was necessary to show up and instill fear in Kong Rong, ensuring he won't do something stupid after he gets what he wanted and forcing Wang Wei to waste time and eliminate him. After returning to the capital, Wang Wei asked Kong Rong if he wanted to get the throne using the fast and ruthless way or the slow but more benevolent way. And he chose the latter. The next day, the king and his 4 other brothers became ill, and no doctors could do anything. Kong Rong began rapidly taking control of the dynasty's military and political powers. With Wang Wei's martial art legion, he was unstable. However, Wang Wei also used a secret method to prevent internal chaos and confusion. Then, after taking all the power, Kong Rong blackmailed his father to pass the throne to him rightfully. The king had no choice since his son had the only solution to the poison he was affected by. Finally, Kong Rong rightfully took over the throne. But he did not immediately kill his father. The antidote to the poison required constant doses to prevent death. However, the same could not be said for his brothers. The first thing Kong Rong did after taking the throne was giving Wang Wei the title of national teacher before creating temples for him. There was a main temple in the capital, with countless scattered over the dynasty. Wang Wei stood inside his temple, looking at the sky. This world's spiritual qi and law are so low that I cannot even condense qi luck. He could see a bunch of scattered invisible golden motes flying from different parts of the dynasty into the temple. Even if I gather this entire world's luck, I could only increase my lifespan by 200 years. He shook his head before walking into a room where he saw myriad floating white and red energy orbs. I can still gather incense, but the quality is so low. Not to mention all the impurities. Wang Wei took the incense to refine it. He removed the impurities and used the remaining to accelerate the spirit refining. Meanwhile, under his orders, Kong Rong began positively changing the Great Lu dynasty. Wang Wei gave him a book containing detailed things he needed to achieve to bring a golden age of prosperity to the dynasty. He even funneled much of his wealth to help. The only thing Wang Wei asked in return was for his name to be revered in the dynasty and for people to worship him. And Kong Rong did a great job turning him into the revered immortal guardian of the dynasty. He did not hesitate to give him most of the credit for the social changes that happened in the empire. There is even a holiday to worship the immortal guardian. Today, Wang Wei opened his temple for the first time since Kong Rong's enthronement. He never left or met with anyone. If he wanted to communicate with others, including Kong Rong, he would use his divine sense. He opened the gate, and 2 people walked in, an older man and a younger man. The older man looked at Wang Wei with complication in his eyes before kneeling on the ground, with his head directly on the ground, shocking the younger man. However, he also berated the younger man, forcing him to kneel, and after a moment of hesitation, the latter followed. It's been 40 years since we last met. Yes, immortal reverend, and you have not changed a single bit since then. The same cannot be said for you. You're now a dying old man. It doesn't matter, replied Kong Rong. I'm satisfied with my life. So, you're here for your son. Are you here asking me to support him on the throne or asking for immortality for him? I knew I could not hide it from your divine eyes. I am here for both. People who sit on the throne cannot pursue longevity. Their greed and power are a recipe for disaster, and I don't want to create more trouble for myself, Wang Wei replied calmly. If you want, I can teach one of your children a part of my inheritance, but it cannot be the one on the throne. These words surprised Kong Rong as he was prepared for rejection and the possibility of facing the immortal's wrath. As you wish. Sir. Wang Wei nodded his head before looking at Kong Rong's son. It's time for the dynasty to conquer this world. Follow your father's example, and you will be forever remembered as a wise sovereign in the annals of history." The young sovereign immediately became excited, ignoring the disappointment he had previously felt. Although he could not live forever, he was happy to pursue eternal glory. Kong Rong left with his son to prepare for the expansion. He was too old but could still provide some wisdom when needed. He also did not forget to bring another one of his sons to the temple. Wang Wei looked at the 13th prince before him and said, "I will tell you directly. Cultivating immortality is boring, long, and requires hard work and dedication. But even then, you might fail. Do you still want to walk this path?" "Yes, Sir Guardian." "All right. I'll pass the essence refining technique to you. If you can cultivate it to a certain level, you can live up to 120 years old." "Only 120? Can't I be immortal like you?" "No." "Why?" "Immortal cultivation requires too many resources. The more people who are walking this path, the less left for me. If it were not for the fact the essence refining technique only required food to cultivate, he would never pass it to someone else. So, regarding the qi refining that required some spiritual qi, no one in this world will know this method beside him." "Oh," replied the young prince. "Don't be disappointed. The chances are you will give up cultivating after facing the difficulties." Wang Wei's guess was correct. 3 years after this conversation, after Kong Rong's death, the young prince gave up cultivating. He hated the constant practice, the constant eating and defecating. Without his father forcing him, he gave up. Seeking Longevity, Finale. Inside the Great Lu National Teacher's Mansion, Wang Wei continued his cultivation. As the Great Lu dynasty expanded its borders, improved people's lives, and built more temples, he gathered more incense to help him refine his soul. The last time Wang Wei met Kong Rong, he was 143 years old and had spent 40 years with little result. And he finished the process when he was 330 years old. A few things in the outside world caught his attention during this time. Kong Rong's son, Kong De, who succeeded him and united the entire world, came to see him before his death. He wanted Wang Wei to give the royal family another chance at immortality, and he refused. Meanwhile, the 13th prince, who previously gave up on cultivating, came back asking for another chance. In his late 30s, when his body began to weaken, he had scared and feared death. So, he tried to practice now, but his body was old, his foundation weak after years of drinking and partying, resulting in feeble blood energy. So, when he tried to practice, he needed at least 10 times the effort for half the result. Fearing for his upcoming mortality, he ran back to the temple, asking for help for the immortal guardian. He tried to use the pity card, asking Wang Wei to consider his late father's last wish before his departure. Unfortunately, Wang Wei did not open the temple door or answer him. Soon after, he felt ill and died. As time passed, Great Lu remained prosperous, and Wang Wei's reverence kept increasing. However, one of the sovereigns was unhappy about someone being so loved and popular amongst the people since he could easily incite a rebellion. He tried to do something, but Wang Wei immediately scared him by sending a message directly into his mind with his spiritual power. Unfortunately, the foolishness did not stop, as his successor directly rebelled against Wang Wei. He led the Great Lu's army to the temple. However, to all the people's horror, a humongous palm descended from the sky and crushed the sovereign before the people. This event was forever scarred in the annals of history because the people heard the immortal guardian speak for the first time when he said, "Making me waste so much qi." The royal family quickly gathered a new ruler and came to the temple for Wang Wei to decide whether he approved. After telling them it was fine and not to disturb him, he continued cultivating. Wang Wei's eyes were closed, looking at his soul. The thing was so weak that it could not survive under the sun for more than 30 seconds. It was so weak that he did not dare absorb even a ray of pure yang from the sun, so he had to use the yang energy produced by his body to nourish his soul. My lifespan went from 800 to 1,400 years. Now, for the next part, the 3 flowers. He already had the method of condensing the 3 flowers of essence, qi, and spirit. However, he had to modify it a little to fit this world and his current situation. Wang Wei also used all the little luck he gathered from the world to accelerate the cultivation process. After condensing all 3, his lifespan reached 2,000 years old, but he discovered something. Limit. This world has a limit on lifespan, he thought while frowning. He could sense that he had hit a barrier on his lifespan, and nothing could remove that limit. He walked out of his room to a tree nearby. He placed his hand on it, and an absorbing force came out, swallowing something into his body. Absorbing life force does not increase lifespan. On the contrary, the impurities in the tree affected and reduced my lifespan. He frowned for a moment before proceeding to another room in the temple. He placed his hand on an altar and injected his inner energy. Despite his lack of appearance, Wang Wei cared deeply about Great Lu's expansion and participated in a significant way. He gave specific directions on where his temples would be built and how to do so. His action aimed to use the entire world as a feng shui qi gathering array. He then used all the spiritual qi for his cultivation. However, the array also had a purpose, to revive spiritual qi in this world and elevate it to a higher level. After activating the array, the world trembled slightly, but no one detected this anomaly. People noticed that all the temples scattered in the dynasty's territory began vibrating. This sudden change alarmed many people. So, throughout the world, mortals began to kneel and pray Wang Wei's name since he was the only immortal in this world, and this anomaly was probably the result of his powers. Wang Wei looked at the sky, waiting for something. Unfortunately, nothing happened. So, he stayed for a few days to even a month, but nothing occurred. So, this world is isolated. He planned to change the world, bringing back spiritual qi and, in turn, elevate the level of this world and break the limitation of his lifespan. He would also improve his cultivation environment. However, spiritual qi does not come out of anywhere. If he wanted to increase the quantity, he had to access the source qi space or convert one form of energy to another. He knew he could not do the latter, so his plan focused on the former. Wang Wei wanted to summon some unknown energy source from space and, after studying it, found a way to convert it into spiritual qi. Regrettably, it appeared that the trial took place in a specially created world that is heavily isolated. What should I do now? Without changing the world, no matter what he did, he could not increase his lifespan. However, Wang Wei also did not want to spend the remaining time doing nothing. I wonder if I could break into the other people's trial to plunder their worlds. Fantasized Wang Wei even though he knew this would not be allowed. So, he shook his head to remove these fantastical ideas from his mind. Lord Spirit, can I leave the trial early? Wang Wei asked out loud. No, he received a reply a few seconds later. Why not? Lifespan does not equal how long someone can live. That was true. Lifespan was not an indication that someone would live exactly to that age. For example, someone with a lifespan of 10,000 years might die between 800 to 9,700 years old. The reason is that cultivators undergo many battles in their lives, leaving hidden injuries after healing. Furthermore, state of mind, emotions, and stress could also affect a person's lifespan. For example, someone with a lifespan of 10,000 years might die between 800 to 9,700 years old. In that case, can you get me access to my body? Why do you need that for? I don't want to waste time. I can use this opportunity to cultivate. Although Wang Wei was not in the supreme realm, where he did not need to access the laws of heaven and earth to cultivate, he had the law fragment from his physique as a replacement. Even if it was 1,000 times worse, it was better than nothing. Wang Wei only got an answer about 5 minutes later. The answer is no. Why not? That's a reasonable request. It is, but I just checked, and it will take too much effort to accommodate you. So, continue to play by the rules. 1,600 years is not long. Wang Wei tried to argue, but Lord Spirit never answered. So, he had to find something else to pass the time. After pondering for a while, something came up. I just had an idea. Why don't I use this experience to create a supplementary cultivation technique? The purpose would be to allow someone to reach the limit of a mortal lifespan, 1 yuan epoch. The origin system sacrifices lifespan for battle prowess, and many other cultivation systems sacrifice something for another. However, he could create a supplementary cultivation system that allowed people to reach the limit of their lifespan. Although he did not need it, such a technique would greatly benefit the Dao opening sect, especially the old monsters who sealed themselves before running out of lifespan. They would all kill for such a technique. Even if I don't get my hands on the deceiving heaven longevity art, this technique will slightly compensate for it. With excitement, Wang Wei entered seclusion to cultivate. For this life limit art, he did not have to start from scratch, as he could use his experience in the trial as guidance. Wang Wei stimulated the environment of the myriad emperor world in his mind to create this technique. The first step is also essence refining, except he used the mildest methods to temper the body. The purpose of essence refining is not to temper the body to become powerful, but to be extremely healthy and leave no hidden injuries. As for the qi refining stage, he wanted to create a special qi that focused entirely on nourishing the body and increasing lifespan. He wanted to call it longevity qi, but considering longevity resources and the name might be too grand, he decided on permanent qi. Wang Wei did not have the time to create the spirit refining since the trial ended. When he opened his eyes, he was an older man with long white hair and a long beard. And as expected, with his knowledge and never leaving his compound, he lived until 1992 years old. When he opened his eyes, he was sitting cross-legged in a room inside the pagoda. He sighed deeply before leaving along with the others. Final Trials Ranking, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Grum for the gift. Wang Wei flew to his seat in the middle of the square, and not long afterward, Lord Spirit appeared with a noticeable smile on her face. Let's not waste time and get started. I will show the ranking for this trial from the lowest to the highest. In other words, from the person who lives the shortest time to the highest. I will only rank the top 12. Lord Spirit waved her hand to the number 12 with a few dots. She appeared to be building suspense. A few seconds later, Shi Qian's name appeared, making her face pale in the 5th seated player's seat. An image appeared to display the things she did in the trial. Shi Qian did a basic breathing exercise to absorb spirit qi, but she focused on nourishing her soul and spiritual power. Afterward, she created a method of using karma for deduction or calculation. With it, she found a spirit turtle and raised that turtle with the few spiritual herbs and resources she had before turning it into a herbal soup. The spirit turtle soup raised her lifespan to 250 years, and after years of nourishing her body with spirit qi, she lived up to 300 years. Lord Spirit did not stop and continued to the 11th place, Jingwu Hua. Her method was radical from the beginning. As a demon, she has little to no affection for humans. So, her path of longevity involved absorbing life force from people. Unfortunately, her actions were effective and counterproductive. Human lifespan, as energy or power, was murky and full of impurities. And even when she tried to purify them, her body and soul were severely damaged, and she only lived up to 312 years. The 10th place was the brother of the barbarian siblings, Taoyue. The first thing he did was use spiritual qi to temper his body. Then, he used his potent military prowess to conquer the world. As he watched this part, Wang Wei thought the latter would use a method that used luck. But he was wrong. Taoyuan used his authority as a sovereign to gather a harem of beautiful women, which he then used to practice a yin-yang cultivation technique with them, nourishing his body and increasing his lifespan. He lived to 350 years old. The 9th place was Feng Heng. The Taoist priest used a similar method to Wang Wei, absorbing pure yang energy from the sun and pure yin energy from the moon. He created a technique identical to Wang Wei but focused solely on qi refining. Feng Heng used yin and yang qi to sublimate his inner qi and nourish his body. His result was the same time as Taoyuan, 350 years. Wang Wei secretly shook his head as he could see the priest did not use his full ability. The concept of essence, qi, and spirit is deeply rooted in Taoism, so he did not think of it. According to his speculation, the Tai Profound Gate might be one of the few sects that also created a method of condensing the 3 flowers on the crown, and the other was the 5-element balance palace. The 8th place was Mu Lei, whose approach was strange. He created a mass grave and buried himself. He made a method that turned him into a zombie by absorbing the ghostly yin qi released by the graves. The technique was clever but also had a significant flaw. Without enough spirit qi and specific rare resources, the yin qi eventually corroded his body and soul, leading to his death. He survived until he was 387 years. Zombie. Why do I feel like I will encounter something annoying related to zombies? Thought Wang Wei as he watched Mu Lei's trial. However, he soon focused on the next participant. The 7th place went to Cultivation. Her method involved conquering the world to help her gather resources. Then, she created a pool of blood energy and sealed herself inside with a special method. By absorbing the energy, and because she had to use little to no vitality in the sealed state, she survived for 400 years. I'm only 7th, complained Cultivation. Being sealed was a very uncomfortable feeling. It was like she was both dead and aware simultaneously. Time seemed to slow down because of how she perceived it. Her mind was in a murky state where she could not think carefully, yet, she was completely aware of her mind and existence. In conclusion, it was a disgusting feeling to experience, and she could not understand how the people who sealed themselves for countless generations survived. She could foresee the experience was even worse for them. The 6th place was the drunk swordsman, Ji Lanfang. His plan's first step was cultivating the sword while absorbing spirit qi. He focused on training his spirit and soul through the sword. After making some achievements, he began a journey through the world, spreading his legend as a swordsman. He even spread some basic body refining techniques to make martial art more prosperous. Then, Ji Lanfang abandoned his body and fused his soul into his sword, becoming the sword spirit. The sword became a legend in the martial art world since anyone who got their hands on it became a peerless swordsman. The only downside was they would die early, but most people who pursued fame and glory did not care about death. These swordsmen died young because Ji Lanfang absorbed their spiritual power to nourish his soul in the sword. He also guided them in the process, creating the legend that the sword could create master swordsmen. Through this method, he lived for 430 years. Lord Spirit announced Tong Ruobing in 5th place. Her plan involved creating artificial spirit qi using mortals as the energy source for her worldwide feng shui array. Unfortunately, she also succumbed to the issue of impurities and died after living 550 years. The 4th place was Chu Luo. After seeing his method, Wang Wei's mouth almost twitched. Chu Luo turned himself into a cyborg. The method he used was to replace the failing parts of his body with artificial components that he created. For example, Chu Luo would build artificial organs or muscles through weapon refining if they began to degenerate and showed signs of failure. And since the artificial parts had spirit qi and he nourished his soul, he did not have to hurry about his body affecting his lifespan. Unfortunately, his soul could not be replaced, so he only lived for 624 years. The 3rd place went to Liang Shixian. He used a basic method since it involved his race as a god. He conquered the world and had everyone worshipped him as a divine being. Then, he abandoned his body to live as a pure soul creature. After dealing with the impurities in the incense and low spirit chi, he lived for 687 years. At this time, most knew that only 2 people were in the lead for the first position. And Lord Spirit made sure to play the dramatic as the second name took so long to show up that many people became annoyed and impatient. Eventually, he revealed Su Shi as the second-place winner. Her method involved fusing her mind with a mountain, becoming a mountain spirit. And because mountains had longer lifespans than swords, she lived for 720 years. Her spirit could not support her body without spirit chi or other resources, so she died from the backlash. Finally, Lord Spirit revealed Wang Wei's position as number 1. The other participants watched as he methodically created a system ideally suited for himself and the environment. They saw his ingenuity and ability to assess the situation and respond accordingly. They saw how he could use anything to his advantage to achieve his goal. They saw how he could maximize profit while being highly efficient. They saw the demeanor of a Tao overlord. The participants saw what would happen to them if they were stranded in a low-level world, weakened beyond measure, and without outside help. They would struggle to survive, while this man would probably find a way to prosper and even get out of the situation. After all, while they tried to live as long as possible, the Tao overlord reached the limit of the world. And if it were not in the trial, he would have broken that limit and maybe lived as long as heaven and earth. The vast difference made a few people sigh in desolateness, but many also increased their fighting intention. They would not acknowledge they were inferior so quickly. They would learn from this situation and strive to improve. And if they could never catch up to this man's back, it was all right since he was an excellent motivation to keep moving forward, never faltering. Now that all the trial sections have been accomplished, it's time to announce the final winner, said Lord Spirit. And for many of you, the answer is already obvious. After totaling the results of all the previous sections, the final winner is Wang Wei. Congratulations. The square became quiet only for a moment before Ji Lanfang said, Congratulations, fellow Daoist. You deserve it. Thank you. Don't forget to have your father contact me. I want. Tong Ruobing and a few others congratulated Wang Wei, and he replied respectfully. However, he could sense that Chu Luo next to him was not happy. However, the latter did not say anything, seeming to accept his loss. Gu Xian's Deception Dao. So, you want to take from my hands? Thought Wang Wei as he analyzed Chu Luo's reaction. He was fine with that outcome as well. Meanwhile, Lord Spirit seemed happy that no one had an objection, and she did not have to justify his choice. Tomorrow, you can accept the inheritance. Wang Wei nodded and went to rest. The next day, he met with Lord Spirit before the talisman. You seem excited, commented Wang Wei. Of course I am. My master has been waiting for a worthy inheritor for too long. And once he succeeds, I can finally reunite with him, replied Lord Spirit, his joy and excitement exuding from his tone and eyes. That's good for you, Wang Wei replied calmly. He followed Lord Spirit into the pagoda, where he found himself in a brightly lit room, with a bunch of torchlight with white flame surrounding the room. In the middle was an altar with candles. In front stood a middle-aged man with long black hair tied in a bun and a long black beard that was exceptionally trim. His hair and beard had streaks of white hair, accentuating his peaceful aura with a touch of wisdom. Master, said Lord Spirit before kneeling and kowtowing. Lord Gu Xian, said Wang Wei as he cupped his hand and bowed. Gu Xian smiled and nodded in salutation. He then gazed at Lord Spirit. You did a great job. It was my honor. You can leave. Prepare to leave with me. Yes, Master, replied the odd spirit, walking out of the room with exciting steps. Then, Zhu Xian looked at Wang Wei and smiled. Another unparalleled genius appeared in the myriad emperor world. Your accomplishment will definitely surpass your ancestor. You knew my ancestors? Not personally. But I've heard of their legend. Well, enough about these pleasantries. Let's talk about my inheritance. My longevity art is nothing special besides allowing its ability to create insurgent and live longer. I'm sure there is no tangible benefit to a heaven chosen such as yourself. However, it means a great deal to me. It is the result of my long cultivation, hard work, and dedication. As such, I wanted the best and most gifted individual to, excuse, said Wang Wei, interrupting him. Is there something? This is too cliché. Pardon me. I mean your obvious attempt at stalling so you can take over my body. The entire situation is a little too cliché and overdone. I am afraid I do not understand, asked Gu Xian, perplexed. I'm sensitive enough that the moment I walked into this room, I could tell I had entered a soul form, and the entire room was my sea of consciousness. So, please remove the charade, you can't deceive me. Wang Wei chuckled to himself as he thought using the word deceive was clever. Unfortunately, Gu Xian could not appreciate such a great joke. His demeanor changed, turning gloomy. His gentle eyes became similar to a snake hiding in the bushes in ambush. As expected. As a Tao overlord, you still surprise me even after overestimating your capability. It was not as hard as you expected. As a person who practices the Tao of deception, I have to say, you're not very good at it. What did you say? It's true, replied Wang Wei. The first mistake you made was your reputation. After learning about your history, it's normal to conclude you were a snake who feared death above anything else. You were selfish and were not above using disgusting methods for your success or survival. Now, why would I trust someone with such a reputation? Veins appeared on Gu Xian's face. This is not how you should practice the Tao of deception. If I were you, I would have deceived the entire world and crafted the perfect personality. A good reputation, even a saint-like one, is excellent for doing anything. People will trust you more, and your words will have more weight, perfect for deceiving people. I would deceive myself by crafting a secondary personality with sane-like morality, always doing good for the people and the world. And when I wanted to deceive someone or something, I would switch to my real personality. As long as you deceive yourself and the world, it should not be a problem to deceive heavenly Tao. But I'm confused about how one could deceive grand Tao, thought. Isn't that thing omnipotent? Forget it for now. Well, that's how I would cultivate deception Tao, not the low-level method of conning people left and right. At this point, Gu Xian was seeing red. He was usually very calm and calculated, as he needed such a mindset to deceive people effectively. However, if there was one thing he was proud of, it was his Tao. He took something that most people in power would scoff at and elevated it to an art, to a Tao. Yet, some snot-nosed brat is preaching to him about his own Tao. What made the situation worse was he made some excellent points. Do you want to know the other mistakes you've made? Asked Wang Wei, with an innocent face that made people want to punch him. I'll tell you. The trial itself was an anomaly. At first, I thought it was because of the whole deception motif you were following. However, each section was detailed and tested something specific, meaning you had strict requirements. Yet, the rules, especially the points and seeded player token system, made absolutely no sense. It was like you did not want participants to know who would inherit your legacy. But then, I thought deeper. I asked myself, what is it that someone like you want? Why set up this trial? The answer came after I divided the essence of your personality into two traits, survival and longevity. You dare to claim you know me. Tell me if I'm wrong. You're a man who fears death very much, hence why the first draft of your longevity art involved increasing lifespan. However, you achieve your goal of becoming immortal after becoming a Tao ancestor, never having to worry about lifespan. Your life became even better when you discovered that you could make your scripture into an insurgent one and used it as a longevity technique. This also meant the longevity aspect of your personality was fulfilled. However, I am guessing something happened that gave you a wake-up. If I had to guess, you died and only survived because of the longevity aspect of your art. It's then the second aspect of your personality kicked in, survival. You realized even if you did not have to worry about lifespan, you could die at any moment. So, you asked yourself how to deal with the situation. How to ensure your survival. And the answer you came up with was to acquire the power of eternity. You wanted to become an eternal emperor. Am I right? Gu Xian did not answer, his mind traveling to that moment when he faced death. It was the worst sensation he had felt in his life. Unfortunately, you knew yourself well, continued Wang Wei. You were self-aware of your limitation, you knew with your talent, you would never become an eternal emperor. Disillusioned, you continued the path of cultivation, hoping by reaching higher realms, you could conquer these feelings of fear and inferiority. Unfortunately, they never went away. So, you decided to do something drastic. You decided on your ultimate deception, deceive heaven and earth and take the identity of an unparalleled genius. You would receive their strength, Tao heart, will, comprehension, intelligence, luck, karma, etc. You would inherit their entire existence and, with that newfound talent, prove the Tao and become an eternal emperor. This act should be the last part of the deceiving heaven longevity art, the ultimate deception of the self, becoming someone else. Gu Xian had calmed down, squinting his eyes at Wang Wei with no expression. Honestly, if you had chosen someone else and just given me the inheritance, your plan might have succeeded. Gu Xian's eyes twinkled slightly, and Wang Wei caught that slight change. So, that was originally your plan. Let me guess, after seeing how exceptional Chu Luo and I were, you changed your mind. And you chose me even though I'm technically weaker than him, because of that last trial. My success in reaching the lifespan limit of the world appealed to the longevity part of your core personality. Someone like me would survive and prosper even if you failed to become an eternal emperor. So, you chose me since I was more prone to success than Chu Luo. Enough, said Gu Xian. I applaud your wit and cannot wait for it to belong to me. Nevertheless, this will not change anything. How so? No one will come to save you. I've sacrificed most of my cultivation to set up the deception ceremony. I've completely isolated your sea of consciousness from the outside world. Even if the lower dimension were not sealed, these parasites would be unable to detect your presence for quite some time. Is that so? I guess I don't have to use my methods. What do you mean by this? Asked Gu Xian, raising his guard. Seriously? You know I'm a Tao overlord, and I spent all this time telling you this information. For what reason would I do that? Do you think things will go smoothly for you? Gu Xian's face changed for a moment before he regained his bearing. I can already guess you will say something stupid like in front of absolute power. All plots are useless. Gu Xian almost choked since that was the exact words he was going to say. The whole point of the Supreme Outlaw trial is to overcome the odds. Plus, you don't even have the absolute advantage in power since you had no choice but to sacrifice most of your cultivation for this ceremony. So what? My soul still has some of the quality and power of a Tao monarch. True. That's why I need to use some drastic means. Purple chains appeared on Wang Wei's body before they broke, falling to the ground. And what Gu Xian saw afterward almost made his soul scared to death. Inheritance acquired, gift bonus chapter. Thanks to Gavin the Grape for the gift. Gu Xian watched as the weak mortal before him turned into this massive purple cloud-like creature with a terrifyingly large mouth with razor-sharp teeth. The spiritual pressure released by the creature sent shivers down his spine, making his soul unable to move. Then, he remembered a legend he had read about ancient times, especially during the middle stages of the Second War of Origin. The Myriad Devourer, he almost screamed. Myriad Devourer. This name seems to resonate with me, said Wang Wei, his voice booming throughout space, making it tremble. Then, he no longer wasted time and went for the kill. No, no, screamed Gu Xian as he tried to escape. Wang Wei opened his mouth, trying to swallow him. A flash of light emanated from Gu Xian's body, but Wang Wei ignored it and continued biting down. Crunch. He chewed something for a moment before muttering, escape. He could tell he did not swallow all of Gu Xian's soul but took a significant piece. So, he decided to go after him to finish the job when Wang Wei suddenly felt something. His body was on the verge of explosion. His flesh could not contain his soul, so he hurriedly placed the seal back and attended to his injury. Of course, he did not forget to notify Ancestor Wuxia to be on the lookout for Gu Xian's remains. Meanwhile, after leaving the pagoda, Gu Xian's soul was pale and on the verge of collapsing. Damn it! How could I be so unlucky? How could this guy be related to the Myriad Devourer? If it was before, he could have sold this information to the parasites for an excellent price. But in his current state, if he showed up in the upper dimension, he would not survive for long. Now is not the time to be distracted. I need to act swiftly, there is still hope. Gu Xian looked toward one of the mansions and headed there. He ensured to hide his aura since he knew these participants had Dao protectors, many of whom were insurgents. Gu Xian first headed in the southeast direction before stopping. Then, he gritted his teeth and changed direction to the southwest. He soon found himself before a mansion with a formation. As the creator of this trial, he had some control over the entire small world and used that power to bypass the formation. He headed directly to the room where he sensed the most extraordinary presence. Inside, he saw a young man in deep cultivation. He could tell this person seemed to be waiting or preparing for something and wanted to get in the past state beforehand. Chu Luo, it is you. Gu Xian did not hesitate to enter Chu Luo's sea of consciousness, accessing his soul. Ji Gu Xian, asked Chu Luo, his face suddenly changed as he thought of something. He reacted swiftly to activate his power. Regrettably, he only saw Gu Xian waving his hand to manifest 4 chains that bound his arms and legs. Chu Luo resisted by mobilizing all the power of his 9-extremity foundation, but it was useless. Despair overcame him as he watched Gu Xian walk before him with a weird symbol on his palm. When the latter's palm was only a few inches from his forehead, Chu Luo's heart sank as he knew the fate awaiting him. He would die, his body possessed by that vile old monster. His life flashed before his eyes, and all he could think about was his myriad of regrets, especially for his parents. He thought he would never see them again, telling them how much he loved and appreciated what they did for him. He would never repay their kindness by ensuring they lived a life of pride, richness, and joy. Chu Luo struggled more fiercely. He did not want to die. Unfortunately, it was useless. Swish! 2 white lights appeared next to him. And from them emerged 2 handsome individuals, a man and a woman. Father. Mother. They looked at Chu Luo and smiled. With a wave of the man's hand, he removed the soul chains binding his son. Luoer, you know what to do. Chu Luo ignored the tears in his eyes to create a soul-swallowing pot. Then, his father and mother used their energy to power up the pot. Meanwhile, Gu Xian knew the situation had gone out of control. In his current state, he could not deal with an emperor-level threat. He immediately tried to run away, but another power locked him in position. And before he could think of a countermeasure, Chu Luo's pot suspended above him and swallowed him. He tried his best to resist, but Wang Wei had weakened him to an unimaginable level. After a few seconds of resistance, the pot swallowed him. Chu Luo did not care about the final result. Instead, he looked at his parents. "Mother, father, how are you here? We left some means to protect you in case something went wrong during your reincarnation." Chu Luo lowered his head, ashamed. "Thank you for saving me, again." "You don't have to thank us," said his mother as she caressed his head. "You are our pride and joy, we are very proud of you," added his father. "Yes, we are proud of you and all you've accomplished." Not long after saying this, the two began to vanish. "It seems our time is short. Mother, father. I know you're worried about our injuries. But you don't have to. Not long after ascending, we had a fortunate encounter that allowed us to heal. We are doing great in the upper dimension and waiting to reunite with you." "Really?" "Of course. And luckily, that day will not be long." The two finally disappeared, and Chu Luo cleaned his eyes after staring at their disappeared spot for half a minute. He eventually opened his pot, discovering two things: a mass of pure spiritual power and a book called Deceiving Heaven Longevity Art. Meanwhile, Wang Wei finally opened his eyes in the pagoda and immediately sensed something. He felt the latter's death by using the karma he had just made with Gu Xian. "Chu Luo. It seems your luck has run out." Wang Wei then focused on Gu Xian's memories he acquired, including the Deceiving Heaven Longevity Art, the latter's step-by-step of creating the scripture, and his understanding. Moreover, Wang Wei discovered many memories about the upper dimension that he found necessary. The first one was about Emperor Kong. The latter became an Empyrean not long after ascending. The reason was he discovered an immortal tier-time secret realm and because of his diplomatic abilities. He spread the concept of the Academy throughout the Eternal Ascension world by coming to some compromises with the 7 parasites and the 2 sons. No one knew how he convinced them, but he did. With all the merit gathered, he joined the list of the few individuals who became an Empyrean in only over 3 yuan epochs. 3 yuan epochs. I can easily deal with that record. According to his calculations, if all his plans worked, he would become an Empyrean in a few million years, even before the next generation of the Myriad Emperor world. Meaning Wang Wei will probably be the youngest Empyrean in the Eternal Ascension world, one that is less than a yuan epoch. News about Emperor Kong's cultivation was not why he focused on this information. Gu Xian theorized that Emperor Kong secretly funded the revolution against the parasites. Although he had no proof, he believed in his analysis and gut feeling. The other important formation Wang Wei received was about parasites. Gu Xian analyzed these people in great detail, and Wang Wei paid attention to some of the latter's observations since they could be helpful. The first one was about Time Eater, the most powerful of the 7. He was a paragon with 99% control of time Grand Tao source and one step from reaching the peak. Time Eater was a paragon during the ultimate taboo but did not participate for some reason. Gu Xian believed that Gu Xian was the secret mastermind behind the 7, besides the 2 sons who used 7 Cauldron and Twin Flower as proxies to monitor and control the group. Time Eater was the one who suggested they usurp the entire world and ruled the era. The second important piece of information was the relationship between the Undead Phoenix and the 5-Feather Phoenix. Undead Phoenix was a pseudo-eternal emperor during the Incense era. Based on his talent, he should have long reached the peak of Paragon and participated in the ultimate taboo. However, something happened after meeting a young 5-Feather. They had a relationship, and something happened between them, which resulted in Undead Phoenix being stuck in the Empyrean realm for too long, making him miss the ultimate taboo. Although these two are now on the same side, Gu Xian analyzed there was probably still animosity between the two. The third valuable information he learned was the possible existence of a hidden 8th moon. Gu Xian was pretty confident that this was the parasite's hidden trump card. Finally, he focused on Earth Emperor. According to Gu Xian, this man might be the most ambitious of the 8 and the one he was most weary of. Human Emperor, Earth Emperor, Heavenly Emperor. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he felt the Human Emperor was planning something with the Earth Emperor. And the title of Heavenly Emperor will be important. Wang Wei then focused on the Deceiving Heaven longevity art. He felt this scripture had so much potential, but it also made no sense. The Deceiving Heaven longevity art. The information Wang Wei received confirmed one of his predictions regarding the fate of the Heaven Devourer Emperor. After being exiled to the Eternal Ascension world, a group of emperors from the Myriad Emperor world were not too receptive to his actions that almost destroyed their homeworld, and took matters into their own hands to deal with the traitor. They banded together and besieged him, destroying his body, soul, and Tao. Regrettably, these people did not have the ability to erase him from history since Wang Wei knew very well of the Heaven Devourer Emperor's existence and accomplishments. If the Heaven Devourer Emperor has possessed Mo Xingyun, many things will make sense. But a few more questions will also be raised. Wang Wei shook his head, placing these thoughts in the back of his mind. He then focused on the Deceiving Heaven longevity art. He felt this scripture had so much potential, but it also made no sense. A few hours later, he had a basic understanding of the scripture. Now, it makes sense. The concept of deception as Tao always bewildered him, especially when it involved deceiving Heavenly Tao or Grand Tao to access the Grand Tao source. He knew that Grand Tao was the highest authority of the Grand Tao source, while true Heavenly Tao and normal Heavenly Tao were essentially employees. Grand Tao was the only omnipotent and omnipresent existence, or nay omnipotent and present. So, how would someone like Gu Xian deceive it into accessing the Grand Tao source? Even if Wang Wei thought of the problem on a smaller scale, how did Gu Xian deceive Heavenly Tao to extend his lifespan? In terms of power level, Heavenly Tao was equal to a second-class emperor. Okay, Wang Wei admits this part was slightly believable, but the access to the Grand Tao source that made this technique an insurgent made no sense. Fortunately, he found the answer. The entire Chaos universe was like a video game, and Grand Tao was the artificial intelligence that controlled the whole server. As the thing with the highest authority and power, it has rules and regulations that it must follow, one of which is that all things in the universe can be a Tao, including deception. So, once a person cultivates deception Tao and reaches a high enough level, when they touch the domain of deceiving heaven and earth, Grand Tao will give them a pass and allow the deception, even if it was fully aware the player was lying to it. Nevertheless, Grand Tao still gave parameters and limits to this deception, guidelines that all players who use deception must follow. This is why Gu Xian could deceive the Grand Tao source that he was an emperor, thus becoming an insurgent. This is why he could even deceive Heavenly Tao to expand his lifespan. Gu Xian took things too far, muttered Wang Wei. Gu Xian pushed the boundaries of Grand Tao's restrictions too far, losing most of his luck in the process. Adding to that, his emotions and desires resulted in him coming to his end in the lower dimension. This is a lesson for me. Always be aware of your emotions and desires, and do not let them control you. Wang Wei knew most plans fail at the last moment because the schemer cannot control themselves right before the final moment of success. The same rules applied to Gu Xian. If he had possessed someone like Ji Lanfang, Mu Lei, or even the female players, he most likely would have succeeded. However, his greed and ambitions got the best of him. Of all the players in this trial, he and Chu Luo were the people who had a 99% chance of becoming Eternal Emperor. Meanwhile, the others could only be said to have a 70 to 90% chance. Because of his greed and personality, Gu Xian did not want to take any chance. He wanted guaranteed success. This technique still has some value, muttered Wang Wei. The Deceiving Heaven longevity art involved deceiving heaven that they were another person once their lifespan reached the limit, granting them another life. The restriction is that the cultivator has to start from scratch and recultivate, and the deception could only be used 9 times. As for the insurgent aspect, to gain control of the Grand Tao source, a unique ceremony is required to cultivate, where a cultivator has to sacrifice something to Grand Tao for the deception of controlling the Grand Tao source and becoming an insurgent. The price of the sacrifice oftentimes limits the person's level of an insurgent. For example, if a Tao ancestor wanted to achieve the strength of a third-class emperor, they would need a minimum of 5 emperor weapons as a sacrifice, and their comprehension of the Grand Tao source has to be at least 20%, meaning it was not a one-to-one exchange. Moreover, the insurgent part no longer functioned after reaching the Tao ruler realm, since Gu Xian did not come up with other methods to increase its power. He once tried sacrificing even more powerful treasures for Grand Tao to allow him to become a Tier 11 insurgent, but it did not work. Nevertheless, this is a scripture with a lot of potentials. Wang Wei knew this scripture would shine after he proved the Tao. The benefit that it was a longevity scripture granting him 1 extra life was worthy of it. However, the real value was that he should be able to deceive heavenly Tao after he proved the Tao, allowing him to accomplish many things. And when he becomes a paragon, he should be able to deceive true heavenly Tao, unless it is on the same level as the 2 suns, as he theorized as a possibility. And one day, this technique might prove useful when he can stand at the same height as Grand Tao. If I play my cards correctly, I might be able to use this technique to hide from the parasites after I ascend. Wang Wei knew he would be enemy number 1 after ascending. And as he is still determining whether he will be able to fight paragons in the Empyrean realm, he might need to hide for a while. And this scripture could be the method he uses. After going over everything, he finally exited the pagoda, where he saw Lord's spirit waiting for him. Gu Xian used some methods to control the spirit, so now she was loyal to him. Gu Xian left most of his treasures in the upper dimension as resources for when he ascended. However, he left a few valuables in the pagoda, including 2 insurgent chis that could create first-class emperor strength insurgents. He wanted to have 2 loyal people, slaves, protecting him during his cultivation journey and ensure nothing went wrong. Now, these things would serve to increase the Tao opening sects foundation. Go send the participants away, ordered Wang Wei as he prepared to refine the pagoda. There were not many valuable resources remaining, including the tempering chi. However, it was a great artifact to temper disciples and even selected them. Furthermore, he could still use the understanding section for a while before it also ran out of power. It should be enough for Wang Wei to reach the peak of the Saint Realm as fast as possible. 3 days later, the participants left one by one. Wang Wei exchanged communication talismans with the friendly ones, wanting to keep a watch on some of them. Then, he exited the pagoda, preparing to take the entire miniature world. Unfortunately, someone did not leave. What do you want? I want to fight you, replied Chu Luo. Why? From what I know, you should have also gotten your hands on the inheritance. Chu Luo frowned as his mind flashed back to that incident. He remembered that Gu Xian seemed severely injured. Now, he understood the reason. I want to know who's better between us. Competitive, I see. I agree, but no destiny involved. Chu Luo frowned for a moment before agreeing. The 2 then went inside the pagoda and fought. More than half an hour later, the 2 exited. Chu Luo gave Wang Wei a deep look before leaving his insurgent Tao protector. What was the result? Asked Wang Wuchang, who magically appeared. I technically lost. Oh, how come? He has 3 root strength, but I only have 2 root. Although he spent close to 200 years in the trial, only 3 months passed outside, and his order incarnation was still confronting heavenly Tao. His overall strength has not increased much. But, asked Wang Wucheng. My final strength is 4 root, so I could have used the future Buddha self to borrow the strength of my future self, but I did not do that. Why? I see a vision or divination of the future. Chu Luo will reach the 4 root strength after using the spiritual power he got from Gu Xian. And after losing to me, he learned something from our battle and created a way to achieve 5 root. A true Luo with a perfect 9-extremity foundation before becoming an eternal emperor is an unstable factor to plans, so you lost the battle to prevent him from learning anything from you. Correct. Wait, when did Gu Xian give Chu Luo his spiritual strength? Oh, I didn't tell you about the possession attempt. Wang Wei told him what happened in the pagoda, making Wang Wuqing's lips twitch. I never trusted Gu Xian, but I never expected him to do such a blatant thing. However, if you knew beforehand, you should not have taken the risk. It was not as much of a risk as you think. Wang Wei firmly believed in Wu Hong's sealing method. Furthermore, he was even slightly confident in confronting a paragon in a soul battle. Of course, he also knew the price. After removing his soul chains, his body almost exploded. Furthermore, he felt there might be other consequences for doing so. Let's return home, said Wang Wei with a smile before taking away the entire small world where the trial took place. Then, while in the void, he began to activate the cross-planar transmission array inside his mansion to return home. Regrettably, this would not happen. The surrounding space suddenly became murky, blocking any form of teleportation. Then, Wang Wei and Wang Wuqing sensed countless horrifying auras surrounding them. I'll know you can. Gift bonus chapter. Thanks to heaven_will_Daoist for the gift. Myriad Emperor World, Dao Opening Sect. A terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the sect, alarming not only the disciples and elders but also many of the other factions of the world, thinking something of great significance had occurred. Origin, hurry up, said a deep voice. Miscellaneous, what's going on? The sect master is in trouble. What do you mean? There is no time to explain, just know I received a message from Heavenly Tao that he was in trouble. Alright, I'll call the others, and you contact Sword 1. Battle 1, Hell 1, Shadow 1, Rainbow 1, Shadow 2, come with me. Call a few others for help. Turtle 1, you stay in the sect to protect it if something happens. What about Desolate 1? Asked a shadowy figure. He's still in retreat, let's not bother him. I'm here, said a tall and muscular figure wearing tight martial clothes with no sleeves showing his brown skin and bulging muscles. He had short hair like a monk and eyes like a hawk. You've succeeded. Yes. The luck you guys recently brought from the Demon Supremacy world did wonder, replied Desolate 1. Excellent, commented Origin 1. He knew Desolate 1 was an extremely talented individual, and he should have been a great emperor of the sect. When the ancient Desolate Emperor brought him to the sect, his original goal was cultivating him as the next emperor. However, the latter had an unimaginable hatred for the great emperors and adamantly refused. As a compromise, the ancient Desolate turned him into an insurgent who would be on par with Sword 1 and Origin 1, capable of fighting pseudo-eternal emperors. Unfortunately, this act was beyond his capability since he was not an eternal emperor. Nevertheless, Desolate 1 has been relying on his talent and effort to reach such a level, and he should have succeeded long ago. Unfortunately, his past experience that created his hatred clouded his mind, thus affecting his talent. Things only changed during the middle or late stage of the Devil Era when the great emperors that took everything from him suddenly appeared in the lower dimension. Desolate 1 guessed this was the result of his master and took this opportunity to slaughter that person. After dealing with the issue of his Tao heart and state of mind, he focused on his talent, reaching the same level as Sword 1 and Origin 1. Let's go, said Origin 1 as he opened a portal to Wang Wei's destination. Miscellaneous 1, Desolate 1, Battle 1, Hell 1, Shadow 1, Rainbow 1, Shadow 2, and a few other insurgents followed after him. The appearance of these big shots scared the entire Myriad Emperor world as they thought the Dao Opening Sect wanted to wage an Emperor Dao war. Every faction, including the Emperor Enlightenment Academy, knew they would not survive such an event against such a mighty force, even if they allied with many others. Wang Wei watched as the hooded figure appeared not far from him with a lamp floating next to his head. A total of 18 people were accompanying him, all displaying the aura of a great emperor. Furthermore, he could sense that 3 of these individuals were most likely first-class emperors. However, he did not know whether they were ascendant or natural. As soon as these people appeared, they did not say a word or waste any time. They immediately went on the offensive and attacked, not holding back in the slightest. Wang Wuqing stood before Wang Wei, and lights that looked like shining stars emanated from his body. There were millions of them, 269 million, to be precise. Without hesitation, Wang Wuqing activated the turtle acupoints array, generating a powerful shield that protected the two. Bang! Cracks appeared on the protective barrier, signifying it would not survive a second attack. Wang Wei acted swiftly as he took out the talisman in his divine sea. The talisman swapped places for the sects emperor formation. With a second talisman, Wang Wuqing repaired the defensive barrier. Meanwhile, Wang Wei also borrowed the power of his incarnations, activated his acupoint turtle array, and fused it with his ancestor, boosting it slightly. He knew his strength was meaningless in such a battle, but it was the tiniest of aid could be crucial to surviving this catastrophe. Unfortunately, his actions barely delay the inevitable. These great emperors did not play around and followed the hooded figure's instructions. They mobilized their Tao-proving artifacts and all their strengths to attack simultaneously. Bang! Wang Wuqing's new and better shield could not resist and cracked to the point a mild blowing wing could destroy it. With a look, he knew they would not survive the next one. So, he turned to look at Wang Wei and smiled, "Kid, you can survive this. I know you can. Look after the sect for me." Wang Wei clenched his hands tightly, his nail piercing his indestructible skin. He nodded in acknowledgement. He knew he must control his emotions in this situation and remain level-headed to think of a countermeasure. Wang Wuqing nodded in satisfaction at the latter's responses. A white flame suddenly enveloped his body, increasing his aura. Without hesitation, pause, or regret, he burned his fleshly body, soul, inner world, and Tao as a sacrifice to augment his power. His collapsing shield survived the third all-out attack of these great emperors, an act that displeased the hooded figure. He knew the longer they took, the higher a chance of survival that the Fate Domination Emperor would have. Tears fell down Wang Wei's eyes, but he ignored them. His mind went into overload mode, calculating trillions of possibilities to find a chance of survival. In this concentrated state, he could sense some familiar power rushing to his destination, and he knew the sect had come to save him. However, his calculations indicated they would not arrive in time. The next step for survival was abandoning his body and removing his soul chains. By entering the myriad devour state, he might have a chance to survive. Unfortunately, this plan failed when he attempted. And it did not take him long to find the source of his failure, the lamp floating before the hooded figure. Wang Wei then watched as ancestor Wuqing began disintegrating into particles, returning to nature. Anger, hatred, sorrow, and despair filled his mind. However, he used his willpower to control himself and remain calm. The failure to open his soul chains indicated he was dealing with an enemy who might know a lot about him, similar to Jin Chao. As such, he needed to consider this when choosing a successful method of survival. After considering the time the sect people would arrive, he devised a solution. Right before Wang Wuqing's body completely disappeared, he took out a marble from his space ring and entered. At that exact time, the barrier protecting him vanished, and the Emperor's attack shook the void. Simultaneously, a terrifying sword slash came from the distance, killing 3 second-class emperors before rushing to the first-class ones. Regrettably, it only stopped one of them as 2 opened a portal to follow the hooded figure and Wang Wei. "Damn it, I am too late," muttered Sword 1, holding her swords. She tried to sense the space these people teleported to, but it was disturbed, and she could not find the trace. Not even a second afterward, Origin 1 and the others arrived. "Where is the kid?" he asked. "I don't know," she replied with gritted teeth and red eyes. "My calculations indicate he is still alive, but the danger has not passed," commented Miscellaneous One. "Can you calculate where he is?" "I'll try. In the meantime, let's deal with these mobs," said Sword One. "At the very least, we can avenge the kid in case something happened to him." The other great emperors instantly became scared once they saw these people show up. They immediately wanted to run away. After all, the Avenger, as the hooded figure called him, only hired them for a great price that would benefit their cultivation journey. However, it was not worth it if they had to die to acquire the final reward. Unfortunately, before they could move and run away, an enormous shadow world surrounded the area, preventing them from leaving. Then, Shadow 1 and Shadow 2 looked at their prey with a dangerous light. They blended in the shadow, striking when least expected and from their opponent's blind spot. Besides Sword 1, the others did not participate in this battle since the remaining people were only second and third class emperors. Sword 1 alone was enough to slaughter everyone present, and the two shadows' presence was overkill. Instead, they waited for Miscellaneous One's deduction, hoping the kid would last long enough so they could arrive in time. "How long is this going to take?" asked Sword 1 a few seconds later as she wiped the blood from her swords after finishing the battle. "Something is interfering with my calculation." Bang! The space rippled, and something came out. And everyone's face changed as soon as they saw what it was. Rules are rules. The hooded figure and the two first-class emperors followed Wang Wei through whatever dimension he teleported there. And the moment they arrived, they found an entirely different civilization from the cultivation world. The two emperors immediately understood this was a valuable place that could benefit them immensely. Hence, they gave each other side eyes, thinking about whether they would fight or agree to share. "Remember the contract." "Kill him," said the hooded figure, and they nodded. It was not time for them to deal with this problem since this place was not going anywhere. They looked at Wang Wei and attacked. Two enormous palms descended on Wang Wei, intending to eradicate him. He gritted his teeth, thinking of ways to survive. He condensed his D realm into armor, entered the intangibility state, and used his willpower to protect him. He went further by blessing himself with all his laws: space-time, order-disorder, yin-yang, freedom, destiny, samsara, luck, karma, soul, destruction, 5 elements, array, and talisman. These emperors were momentarily distracted by the science and technology world for less than a nanosecond, but this was enough time for Wang Wei to take all the immortal tier talismans in his space ring and activate them. Bang! The two palms landed, and Wang Wei's measures were utterly useless. His protective measures did not even last a second before crumbling. Luckily for him, an enormous purple dragon came out of his body and protected him. With the son of an Irish Chi luck, he barely managed to survive before opening another portal and leaving. Outside, the sect's insurgent sensed a space fluctuation before something came out, a body. They rushed to it to see Wang Wei's tattered body covered in blood. Origin 1 acted swiftly and injected his power inside his body to heal him. However, after a few seconds, he shook his head and sighed. "How is he?" asked Sword 1. "His existence was destroyed. He is only relying purely on his willpower to defy death and prevent himself from returning to nothingness." "Damn it!" yelled Sword 1, her body emanating countless sword chi so powerful that one of them alone could annihilate millions of greater thousand worlds. In the end, the 9 Emperor curse was not lifted, she thought, angered by the situation. Their sects finally cultivated an unparalleled genius that would create probably one of the greatest eras the world had ever seen. Yet, he died before their eyes. The void suddenly shook again, and 3 people appeared. Immediately, Sword 1 released a terrifying aura to lock on these people, making the two great emperors almost soil their past. And considering these godlike beings have not defecated for trillions of years, it was indeed an unpleasant feeling. Meanwhile, the hooded figure watched Wang Wei's dead body, and he suddenly began to laugh maniacally. Sword 1 wanted to wipe him from the face of existence, but Origin 1 stopped her. He wanted to know some information so that they know who to destroy and avenge their fallen heaven chosen. Ha ha ha, he's finally dead. Ha ha ha, the great and mighty Fate Dominator, the conqueror of worlds, the controller of fate, the taker of free will, the Chaos Universe's ultimate tyrant, you're finally dead. The universe is safe. Master, I've avenged you. I have saved all sentient beings like you wanted me to. He raised his head to look at the sky, tears falling down his cheeks. The hooded figure reminisced about that final moment. A fog appeared in the world, and that tyrant manifested. He demanded that all living beings in the chaos world surrender peacefully. But they refused. But the tyrant did not take no for an answer. Unfortunately, he was unmatched. He would either suppress or kill anyone who stood in his way. At the last minute, his master gave him a few things and told him he was chosen for a mission to prevent the rise of this tyrant. With determination, the hooded figure traveled back in time to a period before the tyrant proved the Tao. Using the things his master gave him, he traversed the dangerous primordial chaos to travel to the eternal ascension world and infiltrated this world secretly. Unfortunately, even in his youth, the Fate Dominator was a genius that the hooded figure could deal with. Not to mention, the Divine Seal Empress, the All-Myriad Heaven Sealer, the Worthy One, the Rune Alpha and Omega, the Grand Tao Disruptor, his accomplice and as cruel as him, was with him. Given the situation, the hooded figure had to enlist foreign help while waiting for the opportune time. Luckily for him, his master seemed to have granted him many memories about the life of the young Fate Dominator, allowing him to know the perfect time to strike. I can finally go home, muttered the hooded figure. Dom. Everything in the surrounding turned black and white. An enormous single eye suddenly appeared above the sky, towering above heaven and earth. Grand Tao Eye. This thought popped into the mind of all the people present. They instantly knew who this extraordinary being was and how mighty he was. Immediately, everyone present began to tremble. The eye looked at the two first-class emperors who were secretly calculating their escape route. Their face changed as they sensed danger. They activated their powers to try to run away. Unfortunately, before they could even react, they disappeared from the world, their existence completely wiped out. Then, the eye looked at the hooded figure. No, no, no. You chose me for this mission. I did it. Now that I succeeded, why are you getting rid of me? I'm a hero. The hooded figure did not want to die. He had accomplished his goal and could return home. He could meet his master again and redo his life, fixing all his regrets. He could use this opportunity to reach the peak of cultivation and see the scenarios he did have the chance to. Regrettably, Grand Tao did not care about his words. With its indifferent eyes, it wiped out the hooded figure from existence. The one who showed up was nothing but a clone, while the real body hid behind the scene. It, too, was also erased. Then, Grand Tao gazed at the Tao opening sects insurgents. After not sensing the taboo from their bodies, it disappeared. The group did not dare to breathe for more than half a minute. I knew this kid had many secrets. But I did not expect it involved taboo and Grand Tao, commented Miscellaneous. None of that matters now, replied Origin 1. With this situation, they understood the kid was destined to accomplish many great things. However, he also made too many enemies in his path, resulting in the current situation. Crack. The space trembled as cracks manifested, alerting everyone. Then, they saw a beautiful woman in a long white cheongsam, cut off on the lower bottom to show her long legs with no shoes. Her flowing black hair accented her beauty, but no one would care about that because of her serious demeanor. Wu Hong looked at the dead Wang Wei and frowned. Her eyes changed as she manifested everything that happened, including how her husband died and the fate of the hooded figure. Sigh, this timeline is rapidly going out of control. Someone from the future came to deal with him. Wu Hong frowned as she analyzed the situation. Paragon could travel through the river of time. However, many restrictions are placed on them to prevent them from messing with history and creating too many paradoxes. As a result, when a paragon wants to change something from the past, they would usually travel to a parallel timeline with the most negligible difference from their original timeline. Some paranoid people would go to a timeline where the only difference was someone's robe color was blue instead of black. Heavenly Tao or Grand Tao did not care if these guys messed up the alternate timeline, but they could not mess with the main one. Furthermore, timelines become more complicated when they leave their home chaos world and have to consider the entire chaos universe. Of course, Wu Hong concluded Grand Tao was involved in this operation. However, her memories only went as far as when Wang Wei reached Paragon. Has Wang Wei's detachment path changed in this timeline? Is this the reason he did not even intervene? She shook her head to not think further about this problem. She held him in her embrace and began using existence reconstruction, helping him revive. This technique requires great talent and a deep enough understanding of existence. One wrong mistake and the process can fail. Or worse, the person she created looked exactly like Wang Wei but was an entirely different person with different existence. As Wu Hong slowly reconstructed Wang Wei's existence, her face became pale before blood began to fall from her nose and ears. She frowned before looking at one of the dead emperor's bodies. She opened her mouth and swallowed 3 second-class emperors, returning her complexion to a somewhat normal look. I'm reaching the limit of this body. While in a state similar to limbo, Wang Wei felt he was rapidly sinking into a pool of water. And the further he sank, the closer he felt death approaching. So, he fought harder and harder to prevent this from happening. However, his struggle only delays the speed of sinking. Is this death? It's more peaceful than I thought. Wang Wei continued to struggle as he did not want to give up, even at the last minute. Then, he suddenly felt something stopping his descent and even began to elevate him to the surface. It should be her. I knew I could count on you. As Wang Wei sensed he was about to exit this unknown pool of water, he suddenly heard a conversation. Wow! You even killed your own. How cruel, said a voice that seemed eerily familiar to him. However, no matter how he tried to remember, he could not pinpoint where he had heard it before. Rules are rules, replied another familiar voice. However, Wang Wei felt that voice should not be as cold and indifferent, it should not lack so much humanity. Nevertheless, he still could not identify whose voice it was. You're not flexible at all, this will be your downfall. The second voice did not answer. So, what was the point of doing something so pointless? Asked the eerily familiar first voice. Nothing I do is pointless. That's true. Well, now is my turn. Wang Wei opened his eyes, looking at his wife's beautiful face. He reached out to caress her face. I knew I could count on you. You're beginning to be more troublesome than it's worth, replied Wu Hong. Even if that were the truth, you would still love me and save my butt. Wu Hong smacked her lips and ignored him. Your face is a little pale. Are you all right? He hurriedly asked after noticing the anomaly. I'm fine. Just exerted too much strength. Wang Wei frowned but did not ask further questions. He suddenly remembered something, Ancestor Wuxia. He stood up and floated in the void. He's gone. Can't you save him? No. If you want to see him, do it yourself. Wang Wei sighed deeply. I understand. He then looked at the other ancestors. Thank you for coming to save me. We did not do much, replied Origin One. Nevertheless, we are glad you are all right. We can talk later. The other thanked Wuhong before returning to the sect. Existence and eternity. Wang Wei looked in the distance before flying to a specific spot. He sighed before taking out a gourd and began to spill alcohol into the void. Ancestor, I'm sorry I was weak and could not do anything. Death is a sad and lonely place. But don't worry. We will one day be reunited. Before then, consider the stay a terrible vacation. After emptying the gourd, he knelt in the void and kowtowed 3 times. A look of determination flashed deep in Wang Wei's eyes. He was responsible for Ancestor Wuqing's death and would do what was needed to make things right. So, exactly what happened? Who was that hooded figure? It seems your future self is involved in some shenanigans with Grand Dao, and your present self got involved, replied Wu Hong. Is that so? Then, why didn't he intervene? Why didn't he save Ancestor Wuqing? Who knows? It could be he wanted to temper and motivate you, it could be your future self has become so jaded that he does not care, or it could be a completely different reason. I have to say, this situation is frustrating. Although I'm technically the one making these decisions, I really want to beat up my future self. Being powerless and being used as a pawn, even by himself, is not a good feeling for someone like him. I know the feeling, Wu Hong replied as he hugged his left hand. Wang Wei then became dazed as he looked into the distance. After a few minutes of silence, Wu Hong asked, "What are you thinking?" The cultivation world is genuinely unpredictable. 1 minute, I'm cocky after scheming and dealing with a Dao monarch. The next moment, I died under the siege of a bunch of great emperors. You never know what's going to happen. Struggle is a fundamental aspect of cultivation, especially for people with great luck like yourself. I get that, but I don't like the unpredictability of the world. Isn't it this one of the reasons you wanted to be free and unfettered? To be able to control your destiny? Of course. So, you should have expected this path not to be easy. I know. I'm just taking this opportunity to complain. As long as you know, nodded Wu Hong. Anyway, don't you benefit from these catastrophes? That's true. After his revival, Wang Wei could feel that his understanding of existence had drastically increased compared to before. For now, he could not use much of this advantage, but it should be helpful when proving the Tao. Furthermore, his life and death talent had evolved. After experiencing true death, his understanding of life and death laws also strengthened his talent. And now, Wang Wei was confident of turning the life and death talent into a longevity talent, granting him a few more lives after proving the Tao. He also had some ideas on using the data he gathered from Monk Wuji since he had just experienced nirvana. In general, the benefit of dying and reviving was many. I always felt the concept of existence was odd. So, what exactly is it? Asked Wang Wei. In layman's terms, it is the Tao of eternality combined with other stuff. Grand Tao separated the eternal Tao to create the concept of existence. So, eternal emperors, everlasting empyreans, and boundless paragons have to cultivate 2 primary Tao, their own and eternal Tao. Is this why they are so powerful and hard to kill? Basically. Then, what about the Tao of eternity itself? What happens if a cultivator cultivates it? Depends, replied Wu Hong. In a source chaos world, they would be just a normal cultivator with a regular Tao. Maybe even weaker. No one can achieve true eternity with it as a Tao. However, in a normal chaos world, some people can acquire the power and abilities of Eternals through the Tao of Eternity. However, it is probably the most difficult Tao to cultivate since Grand Tao has perfectly made it so. Only heaven-defying genius can cultivate to such a level after countless years of effort. Another example of Grand Tao favoring the Emperor path. Yes. I almost felt bad for the other paths. Alright, let's go home. I need to recuperate. The two Emperor palms destroyed his divine sea, law altar, and law tree. After Wu Hong reconstructed his existence, she only recreated his primordial spirit and fleshly body. And even his flesh did not return to its peak state, so he needed to recultivate. Wang Wei was about to ask her to teleport them back home but then remembered her pale complexion. So, he summoned his golden chariot, and they traveled home, taking this opportunity to spend time together. Something must be done to ensure you can survive peacefully until the heaven will battle. Wu Hong was not happy that, on 3 occasions, the powerful talisman she gave Wang Wei did not work because the enemy directly targeted her power. Have the sect refine a talisman of the first-class Great Emperor level for you. That's not a bad idea, acknowledged Wang Wei. Usually, he did not use Emperor-tier artifacts or resources because it was difficult to use their powers. However, with his 9-extremity foundation, he can now bring out much of their power. After returning to the sect, he immediately mobilized the sect's resources to recultivate and reforge his foundation. He first recondensed his fleshly body to its original peak. To Wang Wei's surprise, his strength reached 34 primordial dragon force instead of the original 33 due to optimizing a few things this time. Then, he focused on his cultivation. Recreating his divine sea was normal, with nothing out of the ordinary. However, he wanted to do something different for his divine altar/law altar. Wang Wei was tired of losing his cultivation once this thing was destroyed, so he wanted to take some precautionary measures. After condensing his divine altar, which was in the shape of the Temple of Heaven from his past life, Wang Wei condensed his understanding of nothingness into a core or jewel and inserted it as an ornament in the temple. The power of intangibility oozed out of the jewel and fused with the temple. Immediately, Wang Wei could see the difference. His divine altar was now in a semi-permanent state of intangibility, meaning it was almost impossible to destroy. As Wang Wei watched the red jewel in the temple, his eyes lit up. He knew after proving the Tao, great emperors would undergo a sublimation process where their cultivation and foundation would nourish their bodies and strength. As a result, things like the energy inside their bodies, law altars, law trees, and Tao fruits will be transformed by the power of the Grand Tao source and turn into abilities or power of the emperor. For example, someone like Wang Wei has more origin essence than his peers. After the Grand Tao source nourishment, his origin essence will wash over his body and grant him some power. Like an increase of 0.2% Grand Tao source regarding power. The nourishment will also grant him an increase in battle strength after considering his silver law tree and his fleshly body. This nourishment is why great emperors have a different level of strength after proving the Tao, even if they have the same percentage of comprehension. After the nourishment, this nothingness core should make it easier for me to enter the void stage. Wang Wei did not care much about protecting his divine altar and law tree since these things would vanish after proving the Tao and would no longer be a weakness. He just wanted to prevent any trouble in the mortal stage of his cultivation. However, he cares about the benefit of his nothingness Tao. After nodding in satisfaction with this new discovery, Wang Wei continued his cultivation. He condensed his law seed before cultivating it into a law tree. Then, he noticed another advantage. He could bless some of his laws with the power of nothingness to bless them. For example, he could bless his destruction Tao with the power of nothingnessness, making it even more deadly. Before now, he always had to separate his nothingness Tao from the others. Finally, they could intersect to some level. Wang Wei stood up from the ground and cracked his bones. He walked out of the cultivation room while calculating his time in retreat. 300 years, not that long. He took out a token and checked out some information he needed to take care of. Nothing of significance except Li Jun and Yan Liling had left their retreat and were traveling the world together. Suddenly, someone appeared before him. Ansys Wang Wei paused as he remembered something, making him sigh. "You can call me Elder Sword," said Sword One with a smile. "Thank you. I can tell he meant a lot to you." He did. Wang Wei does not have many mentor figures in his life. He never had a proper teacher or someone to guide them. And Wang Wuqing served this purpose. He was someone he could ask for guidance and protection. Although Yan Chen was his Tao protector, he grew so fast that the latter's role became pointless. However, it was different with Wang Wuqing. Whenever he faced some trouble, Wang Wei knew he could count on the latter. "These are for you." Sword One handed him two things, one space ring and a talisman. The space ring contained the blood of an emperor who cultivated divination. He was a slippery fellow. "Unfortunately, I could only find a second-class emperor. I've left a few first-class emperor blood vials for you." Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he checked inside the ring. "As for the talisman, it is the best work of miscellaneous one. With it, you can run away from a pseudo-eternal emperor and survive a few minutes before an eternal, enough time for us to come save you." I was just about to ask for something similar. However, I did not expect something of this caliber. This level of talisman is considered the true foundation of the sect and would only be used when we are facing calamities of extinction. However, you are too valuable and accident-prone. We have to ensure you survive until the heaven will battle. Is this a compliment or criticism? Both. Wang Wei shrugged his shoulder. Then, he suddenly thought of something and handed it to her from his space ring. "And I still have a few gift bonus chapters. But they will be released next week." Sword One. "What's this?" asked Sword One. The space ring contained two first-class insurgent chi from Gu Xian. "The talisman is what the ancestor left for my father. Given you're also a swordsman, it should benefit you." Sword One took the space ring but hesitated as she looked at the talisman. After a few seconds of inner conflict, she shook her head. "The ancestor gave it to your father. I have no right to take it. You can use it before he returns from his mortal dust. Plus, it's not like she forbade me from showing it to others. I'm sure Li Jun and Yan Liling will do the same after consulting me." He knew these two were not selfish and would want to share such valuable resources with the elders of the sect, especially the ancestors-level characters. If they can improve their strength, it would only mean that the sect's foundation has deepened. Sword One raised her hand to take the talisman but stopped above it. After thinking about it for an entire minute, she gritted her teeth and took it. "Thank you," she said. "No need. I know you would do the same if the situation were reversed." Wang Wei bowed to her before flying back to his mansion. Meanwhile, Sword One disappeared and returned to her own world. With excitement, she activated the talisman. A projection of the Sword Empress manifested before her. "Why, young lady? I guess the kid was not selfish enough to keep the thing only for his family. Our legacy is good hands," commented Sword Empress. "Xiao Zhu, long time no see." "Young lady, Xiao Zhu is happy to see you again," said Sword One, tears falling down her eyes as she removed her silver mask. Sword Empress looked at her, caressing the gentle face she remembered and wiping the tears in her eyes. She remembered a distant time, long ago, when she was a mortal and before she even met Brother Qiyuan. She was the rich young lady from a somewhat wealthy family. And she had a maid called Gao Zhu. Even since childhood, Gao Zhu has been with her, following and caring for her. After meeting Qiyuan and beginning her cultivation journey, Xiao Zhu followed them for a while in their journey. However, Sword Empress had to leave her behind at some point because the situation was getting too dangerous. "I should have taken you with me. I should never have left you behind." No, replied Sword One as she shook her head. It was my decision to stay. I knew I would not be able to keep up with you. And guarding your inheritance has been very fulfilling. Sword One had a second chance at ascending after Battle Maniac proved the Tao and asked her if she wanted to ascend with him. But she refused since she wanted to protect her young lattice sect and inheritance. Maybe, it was for the best, muttered Sword Empress, thinking about everything she had experienced since ascension. Things would have been more complicated if her enemy knew she had a weakness like Xiao Zhu. Let's get to the point since I cannot stay long. Do you know the situation about the upper dimension? Yes, I learned it from the kid, and I sensed an anomaly in the endless void. Alright, that saves me an explanation. Without the upper dimension's restraint, many emperors and other beings secretly hiding will begin to take action. The true heavenly Tao is operating at a slower speed than usual, delaying the time it needs to repress these people or even reinforce certain rules. And when these people figure this out, the lower dimension might be clad in chaos. Sword One frowned as she instantly analyzed the situation. Heavenly Tao of any heaven will world is only equal to that of second-class great emperors. They have to borrow power from the true heavenly Tao for a situation requiring more power. Therefore, if it has a problem, heavenly Tao will become useless in most cases. I'm not worried about most of these people, continued Sword Empress. I'm worried about the eternal emperors and immortal sovereigns remaining in the lower dimension. Some will definitely act on the myriad emperor world and the Tao opening sect. What? Master, what should we do? Sword One survived the ancient emperor and knew how scary these people were, especially the immortal sovereigns. If it were not for a limit to the amount of power they could use in the lower dimension, one of them was enough to conquer most of the endless void. You don't have to worry too much. The immortal sovereign will still have to act on the limit of their power. Sword Empress knew that whether it was true heavenly Tao or supreme unity, they would not allow severe damage to the lower dimension. But the consequence of any Tier 11 entity using its full power in the lower dimension could result in its destruction. As a bottom line, supreme unity and heavenly Tao will compromise and work together to ensure the world's safety. That's a relief. I have left a secret realm for you before the final lockdown. Inside, I've left something for you that would turn you into an insurgent on par with eternal emperors. I've also left a few life-saving means for the sect. Hopefully, you won't meet one of these elite Eternals. Sword Empress knew that even amongst Eternals, there could be a vast difference in strength. For example, Shi Qiuan and Wu Hong had battle strength above 20% Grand Dao source after proving the Dao. Thank you, young lady. No need. I still feel guilty. If I took you with me, you would have an even higher achievement in the cultivation path. There is no need to blame yourself, replied Sword One, shaking her head. I still remember our life back then. I never thought I could have any achievements in the cultivation path because of my low talent. You motivated me and used countless efforts and resources, allowing me to achieve today's achievement. Although I would like to continue this journey, I'm still content with the speed at which I do. After so long, Sword One had understood 48% of the Grand Dao source and could power its power. Compared to the 4% she could control before becoming a 5-root Dao ancestor, she was happy and content despite the slow progress. Contentedness is good, added Sword Empress with a smile. Alright, I must leave. So soon. We will have another time for a reunion. Apologize to the others for me for not leaving something for them. Our situation is not the best, and am limited in my abilities. The others left something for their insurgent counterparts, most of which were in the secret realm. However, their method was not as directly beneficial as the one she left for Sword One. It can benefit them, but only in the long run. Young lady, are you alright? I will be. Protect the kid. He might be the answer to everything. And have him pay my debts to the others. I'm sure he has a way to provide a better cultivation environment for all of you. As Sword One watched her young lady disappear, she tried to control her emotions and running tears. Have a nice, young lady. Don't forget to eat and take care of yourself. Tiny teardrops appeared on the corner of the Sword Empress' eyes. She had not heard these words for countless Yuan epochs. Back then, Xiao Zhu would always tell her to eat and take care of herself even when she was a mighty cultivator feared by many and had no need for earthly necessities like food. I will, replied Yen Ai, as she always had. Sword One took a few minutes to gather her composure. After taking a deep breath, she placed the mask back on her face. The old Xiao Zhu was gone, only leaving Sword One, the sword protector of the Dao opening sect. She contacted the others and told them of the news and gave them the insurgent cheese. Finally, she departed for the secret realm. While flying home, Wang Wei suddenly sneezed. Is someone talking about me? He stopped as the sneeze reminded him that he forgot to place the deceiving trial pagoda in the sect. So, he summoned a few elders and asked them to find a place for it. The elder gave him an attitude, and when asked why, the latter explained how irresponsible he had been since becoming a sect master. He only attended a few meetings before leaving all the workload on them. They had the same complaints about Li Jun and Yan Liling, but Wang Wei's case was the worse. Ashamed and embarrassed, Wang Wei promised to take his sect master duties more seriously. He then flew back home, where he saw his lovely wife lying in bed, reading novels. I thought you would return to seclusion. I decided to create a clone with most of my power and abilities to go in my place. We can spend more time together. That's good, I guess, he replied somewhat blandly. Don't think about these things. Come write me a few more novels. Wang Wei lay next to her. Where is the pile I previously gave you? I thought you wanted to read them slowly. It's been so long. Not really. Anyway, which one is your favorite? I like the one you write about cultivating Fate Dao. Although I know it's based on you, I still enjoyed reading it, especially since it was not a harem. It's one of my best works. But, I'm not very satisfied with the beginning. It's not that bad. Anyways, it gets way better later on. You should write more in the same style. However, I want a female protagonist that is similar to me. Alright. However, have you tried writing yourself? I did. Let me see. No. Why not? Because I don't want to. Common. You know I'll pester you if you don't show it to me. Fine. Wang Wei read through her novel. I understand why you did not want to show it to me. You're a terrible writer. You want to say that again. I finally found something you're not good at. Wang Wei could tell her writing had no problem per se, but her plot, world building, creativity, and character designs and development were so bland. You want to sleep alone tonight? I'm sorry. But there is nothing wrong with being bad at something. Says the boring and perfect man. I'm sure there is something I'm not good at. I just haven't found it yet, replied Wang Wei with a smug look, and Wu Hong almost slapped him into the moon. Whatever. Go write my novels. This empress needs to be entertained. Qiyuan's scheme. 300 years ago, upper dimension, supreme unity suddenly opened his eyes from his temple. His eyes penetrated the lower dimension, and he watched Grand Tao manifesting and erasing 3 people from existence. The aura of taboo. And it's similar to the one emanating from the prehistoric world. I knew this kid had many secrets. He remembered a while ago when he sensed a power on par with himself secretly interfering with the eternal ascension world. At first, he and Mithraea convinced themselves it was only some fleeting entity sending some vague threat, especially since it was so brief that they could not detect it. However, now, he understood that event might be related to a taboo, and the key to everything was Wang Wei. Supreme Unity left his magnificent temple, prepared to head to the lower dimension. With his power, nothing can stop him from interfering, except for the normal-looking nun that appeared before him. "Why are you stopping me?" Supreme Unity demanded with a cold and indifference in his voice. "You can't touch the kid. I can do as I please. And I can stop you if I desire." Supreme Unity looked directly into her eyes. "Aren't you tempted? Whatever secret the prehistoric world is hiding might be the key to finding the path forward. At their level, where there is no single cultivation path of advancement, exploring taboo secrets is another way to experience new things and possibly find the way forward." "I do. But I prefer to wait until he reaches the same height as us and ask him." Mithria knew that with Wang Wei's personality of always paying his debt, he would tell her if he asked about the prehistoric world. However, she would prefer to wait until they are on equal ground when he feels more secure and confident to ask. That way, they can have a genuine and open conversation. That is the mindset of the weak. Supreme Unity does not believe in this nonsense, he believes in the hierarchy of power. He will take what he wants from anyone weaker than him. "You were once weak." The key word is "was," implying the past. Besides, your plan is flawed as it implied he could reach the same realm as us. Why not? You and I know that our realm became more common after the arrival of the ultimate taboo. That was true. Qiyuan's second battle of origin was one of the most critical events in the entire Chaos universe. Most people believed he wanted to make the Eternal Ascension world the center of the universe. He tried to make it the Chaos world with the most luck or destiny but failed. But that was only on the surface. Qiyuan's real goal was to start a war that spread throughout the universe. While everything was chaotic, he arranged pawns across different Chaos worlds to gather the luck of the entire universe and summon the ultimate taboo. And he succeeded in the end. The plan succeeded with the help of many allies both in the Eternal Ascension world and other Chaos worlds. And after the event of the ultimate taboo, half-step detached individuals like Supreme Unity and Mithria became more common in the Chaos universe. Unlike our time, it is not so far-fetched for someone to reach our level, argued Mithria. If the majority of people who participated in the event did not die or were stubborn and would not settle for a perfect method of detachment, there would be more of them in the Eternal Ascension world. More is not necessarily better, countered Supreme Unity. The more people in our realm, the fewer resources for us. Or, we can share our experiences and methods to find the path forward. You and I know this universe is somewhat of a cage. And only by working together can we escape. I don't need anyone's help to achieve detachment. It seems there is no point in arguing with you, said Mithria, shaking her head. She realized the man opposite her was not the person she once knew. Back then, Supreme Unity participated in the second battle of origin. He was one of the people who knew the ultimate goal, and he benefited from it. However, now, he suddenly was arrogant enough to think he could create his own unique method of detachment. Mithria often contemplated whether Supreme Unity was always like this or the result of whatever method he got from the ultimate taboo. Anyway, you cannot lay your hands on the kid. Then, let's fight. Fine. Let's go to primordial chaos to not destroy the world. The two left the Eternal Ascension world, fighting in primordial chaos for a few decades before Mithria stopped the battle. While standing in the endless dark space, she looked at Supreme Unity. I've had enough. I don't want to waste my time fighting you. Stop. Otherwise, suffer the consequence. And what would that be? It'll destroy the Eternal Ascension world and rebuild it. If you're going bluff, use a better one. The world's destruction will also be detrimental to your realm. Yes, but not as bad as you. Supreme Unity frowned as he calculated things. He understood they both needed the eternal ascension world to take that half step in the realm of detachment. However, her method relied less on the world than his. Supreme Unity also realized he was in a race for time. If Mithraea could get rid of her attachment to the eternal ascension world before him, he would be in great danger. Thus, he considered the situation and decided it was not the time to be boggling down and directly confronting Mithraea. After dealing with heavenly Tao, he can completely swallow it and become free from its restraints. Without saying anything else, he returned to his temple. Meanwhile, Mithraea looked at his departing back. A few minutes later, her face began to change rapidly, forming all kinds of facial expressions indicating different emotions, desires, or odd behavior. Simultaneously, she could hear many voices in her mind. An infinite number of them were all speaking simultaneously. This excruciating process lasted for more than 10 minutes before stopping. Still unstable. I need more time. She exhaled softly before looking in one direction. Why couldn't I divine the changes to the chaos universe but the all-seeing temple could? The temple only had a peak paragons with divination Tao. Many people decided to seal the temple during the Second Battle of Origin since their divination could affect the entire operation. Wu Hong oversaw the seal, and she even made sure no one could release them and even made sure they could not participate in the ultimate taboo. The upcoming turbulence of the universe is a sign that something as big as the ultimate taboo is coming. I need to prepare to not be swept by the tide and maybe find a way to move forward. After thinking for a few seconds, she looked toward the prehistoric world before leaving primordial chaos and returning home. She did not go to her temple or see her followers. Instead, she went to see an old friend. "What do you want again?" asked Wu Hong. "I just came to chat." "Are you ready to explain what happened?" "I needed the stabilization of the world. I could not allow anyone to become paragon. I can deduce as much. But so many things are unexplainable. Why did you settle with a flawed method? You were as dedicated to the cause as us. The way you acted was weird and erratic." "Did you regain your memories?" asked Mithraea. "No. Don't change the subject." "I can't say, for now. When you can say, we can talk." Wu Hong closed her eyes, indicating the end of the conversation. Mithraea sighed and prepared to leave. Then, she thought of something. What would that kid do in that situation? He would act shameless. A glint flashed in her eyes as she sat down before Wu Hong. "What is it now?" "I came here to drink tea with an old friend. I'm not leaving until I do." Wu Hong stared at her, and she did not flinch. "When it comes to patience, you cannot defeat me. I have no issue with sitting here for a few million yuan epochs. You're really not going to leave?" "No." "Fine." Wu Hong waved her hand to manifest a tea set and serve the guest. However, she drank her tea in silence, not saying a word. Mithraea did not mind and simply enjoyed the company. After finishing her tea, she thanked Wu Hong before leaving with a smile. Unfortunately, Mithraea did not even have time to sit down before sensing something. She disappeared before teleporting to a corner of the Eternal Ascension world. Supreme Unity arrived at the same time as her. Both of them looked at something with somber looks on their faces. "The dark truth," muttered Mithraea, looking at the gray fog that appeared in the upper dimension. Visitor, gift bonus chapter. Thanks to DrewX for the gift. Sorry if the chapter has more mistakes than usual. I'm in a hurry and do not have time to edit. I'll do it later. Wang Wei lay in bed with his favorite wife. Of course, he would never describe her with the word favorite, fearing she would ask him if he had others that were not his favorite. He did not know he was so close to being killed after surviving the hooded man's catastrophe, nor did he sense his karma debt had increased. He was simply enjoying some time with his wife. As they were both reading a novel, Wang Wei suddenly said, "I just had a great idea." "What is it?" "Why don't you change your hair color to match mine? I think we would look good with gray hair." "No," replied Wu Hong casually. "Why not? I like my hair color. But we would look so cool if we match." "In that case, why don't you turn your hair black?" "No, thank you. I like my current image and don't want to change it." "That's what I thought." Wang Wei shook his head before continuing to read. Then, he suddenly remembered something. "I got a gift for you, but I don't want to give it to you." "Why?" Wang Wei took out something from his space ring. "Red bottom heels," commented Wu Hong. "Yes. I made these ones, especially for you. But then, I feel it would be a crime to cage those beautiful feet and toes." "I would not expect less from someone with a foot fetish," she replied as she took one shoe and tried it on. Fetish has such a bad stigma to it. So, let's call it appreciation. Despite saying these words, he could not remove his eyes from her long legs. He liked how the shoe perfectly fit with her feet and accentuated her model-esque legs, making them more attractive. "Do you want to model for me?" he asked. "Sure, why not?" Wang Wei immediately created a small world before controlling the fate of that world to evolve into something he desired, which was a model runway. He had the chairs, cameras, and everything. Of course, he had to make their illusion since he feared alerting Grand Dao because they were a product of science and technology. Wu Hong modeled for him, changing outfits and using different types of heels. Wang Wei took pictures and saved them through a magical artifact. Then, it was his turn to model for her. "This was fun," she commented as they returned to their bed. "Indeed," replied Wang Wei as he watched her remove them, conflicted about whether he wanted them on or off. He felt it was a curse for his wife to be so beautiful. "Are you going to do something with them?" "Yes. I'm going to start a cultural revolution by selling them." "That's a good idea. Many women will be interested in buying if you refine them as magical artifacts," she replied before suddenly stopping and giggling. "What's funny?" "I just imagine people like Hu Fenghuang, Jin Biyu, and Mo Xingyun fighting in the heaven will battle with heels on. That's one of the reasons I'm doing this. I figured although there would be no merit for such an invention, I could gather some luck if they became popular enough. Plus, molding the world as I see fit is really fun." "Reg in your god complex," added Wu Hong before continuing her reading. "God wishes he was me," sneered Wang Wei as he took a back to read as well. "Wait, I have something I've always wanted to ask, but it always slipped my mind." "What is it this time? Why did you appear in the last part of my pagoda trial?" He always remembered the anomaly that happened during that trial, where he saw Wu Hong's face, and she betrayed him. He knew she was responsible for the anomaly as it was easy with her power, but he never understood why. "I wanted to significantly impact you and prevent you from pursuing others. Unfortunately, my plan was not 100% successful since you're a man whore and slept with other women. First of all, this kind of tactic is very manipulative and should not be used. Secondly, how am I on a man whore? I'd only slept with 2 people before I met you," he rebutted with fake outrage. "You couldn't keep it in your pants, so you're a man whore. The first time was not even my fault, it was my mother's insistence. As for the second time..." Wang Wei remembered his passionate night with Dong Lifin. "Why should I turn down a beautiful woman who wanted to get me, no strings attached? It's called sticking to your ideals and self-control. Since you don't have both, you're a man whore," she replied casually. "But, I'm a modern man. You can't expect me to see things the same way as these ancient people. You are mistaken if you think you're any different than them. Regarding sex, all men across the entire chaos universe are the same." "Whatever. I won't argue with you. 'Cause you know I'm right." Wang Wei did not answer and continued reading his book and caressing her hair. He enjoyed these peaceful and calm times. What are you going to do now that the trial is finished? Any big plans? A few. 2, to be exact. Which are? The first one involved hunting. I need to get rid of some things I feel are destabilizing to the overall situation. As for the second. Wang Wei stopped and raised his head from his book. I just divined someone is coming to see me. And it's good news. That's good, I guess. A few hours later, Wang Wei received a request for visitation, and he agreed. The next day, he went to Tianwei Peak to meet his guest. He saw 2 women, one young and the other middle-aged. Lady Shiqian, it's good to see you. Wang Wei did his duty as host and offered tea and snacks. Sect Master Wang Wei, I will be direct. I came here to make a deal with you. You want the deceiving heaven longevity art? Yes. Sure. I'm open to exchanging, as long as the price pleases me. Shi Qian was slightly surprised as she did not expect things to proceed so smoothly. Nevertheless, it was a good thing for her. I'm willing to, before we exchange anything, I would like to know the limitations of the scripture, said the middle-aged woman, who Wang Wei guessed was Shi Qian's mother because of their resemblance. He looked at her, then back at Shi Qian. I see. You are facing an opponent that is a reincarnated Tao ancestor. And the only for you to win the heavenly battle is to deceive heavenly Tao that you are an emperor child, therefore use your one attack to defeat the enemy. Shi Qian and her mother's hearts skipped a beat as they felt all their thoughts and secrets were seen through. So, they immediately became on guard. Wang Wei did not care about their reactions. Reading people's fate line when they are in his territory is 1,000 times easier. The scripture can indeed do so since you are an immortal child. However, for you to skill becoming a Tao child and become an emperor child will not be easy. Shi Qian became relieved but did not know how to proceed. So, she glanced at her mom, to which the latter just nodded. She took a deep breath to calm down before continuing the conversation. In that case, I offer more opportunities to wash away karma for your sex people. As members of the light race, washing karma is easier for us after proving the Tao. I don't care for that. Although rare, my sect still had a small pool of karma washing water, replied Wang Wei. You know the value of the scripture. It's both an insurgent and a longevity technique. So, directly take out your highest offer. Shi Qian sighed softly. Fine. After proving the Tao, I will offer you most of my Tao ancestor and immortal venerable spots. Excellent. Let's sign the contract, said Wang Wei. He would not refuse any opportunity to increase the sect's foundation. Then, they signed the highest binding contract that even a great emperor could not annul. Wang Wei made clauses that stated she could not pass the scripture to anyone besides her mother. He wanted to exclude her as well. However, considering their situation in their homeworld, he feared the poor woman could not protect his investment. Thus, he allowed her to use it to become an insurgent and have the ability to protect her daughter. However, he did not know whether she could become an insurgent with her immortal venerable cultivation. Statistically speaking, the chances were slim. Nevertheless, she could still deceive heavenly Tao to become a Tao ancestor, thus improving her situation. After everybody was satisfied with the contract, Wang Wei and Shi Qian signed it, and she immediately left with her mother. Maybe I should search for some other immortal child to make a similar deal. After thinking about it for a moment, he shook his head. Immortal children were rare, but it was also difficult to find one with a low chance of proving the Tao similar to Shi Qian. Alright, let's go hunting, he muttered. Why were you chosen? Wang Wei checked on the sect's elders before leaving. Outside the formation's range, he broke the space to teleport to the central continent's east coast, near the sea. He looked at the endless sea, admiring its wonder and beauty for a moment while also knowing its dangers. He took out a talisman from his space ring and checked the information Wang Ju had just sent to him. He then flew into the sea, diving deep down with unimaginable speed. On his way, he saw countless sea demons, mainly the ones that resembled fishes. The majority range from body refining to divine altar and vary in size. After diving more than 100,000 meters, Wang Wei began to see more sea races with humanoid appearances or characteristics. The creatures were between the supernatural and primordial spirit realms in this part of the sea. These creatures instantly became wary of him but did not interact when they realized how fast he flew. While diving deep down, Wang Wei took the time to scan the surroundings with his divine sense. The concentration of spiritual qi was on par with the eastern continent, and the deeper he went, the higher the concentration. He detected a vast amount of spiritual herbs and resources, especially ores. The sea race's culture was similar to the demon race, meaning that array and weapon refining was not common, resulting in abundant resources. The only downside was these ores and resources were mostly water and yin attributes. After diving over 100 million meters deep, Wang Wei finally discovered civilization. In front of him was the ocean floor and no more place to go deeper. However, in the middle of the sea floor was a building surrounded by arrays. He knew that place was an embassy that connected the surface world with the sea race. If any factions wanted to contact the sea race, they had to go through this place. However, Wang Wei was not here for an official visit. So, he flew into the distance, far away from the embassy, to a tunnel or vortex, which was the unofficial entrance that other cultivators must use. The sea race once wanted to block that entrance, but the other emperor lineages would not allow them to isolate themselves from the world entirely. As he flew through the vortex, Wang Wei sensed a mighty force tearing apart his body left and right. According to his calculations, the minimum requirement to survive this vortex was the primordial spirit realm, and a decent artifact's aid was needed. He followed the tunnel deeper under the ground to about 500 million meters underground. Bam! Wang Wei felt he had passed a barrier and entered a new world. His surroundings were no longer deep and eerie black. Instead, he thought he was above ground and under the sun. In the distance, he saw numerous constructions or underwater buildings. Some of these constructs were underwater, but some had arrays that separated the water. He saw large pieces of land, some as small as an island and others as vast as a continent. He saw a myriad of sea creatures and humans. The humans were easily noticeable since most of them had barriers around them to protect against the pressure. Few could withstand it like Wang Wei, making him an anomaly and easily noticeable. Without wasting time, Wang Wei turned invisible before teleporting to a particular island called Human Snake Island, which was the territory of the Tingshi race, a sea creature with the body of a human and the lower part of a snake. After secretly entering one of the stores and revealing himself, one of the Tingshi members kneeled on foot before him. "Young master. I did not know you were coming. At ease. I wanted to stroll around the sea, so I did not notify you guys." Wang Wei said calmly. "Where is he?" he asked, getting straight to business. "Sun Jiaolong is hiding by also impersonating a member of the Tingshi clan. Do you know why he's here? We theorized the Sea Destiny sword might be in the hands of the Tingshi clan." Wang Wei and the Shadow Guard theorized 3 places the sword might be. The Baishi clan, since they could use the Star Sage lineage to find the sword's location. The second is the Panlong clan, a sea dragon with black scales and venomous and water attributes. They were among the many creatures created before the Null era and modeled after innate dragons. Panlong looked exactly like dragons, except they had no horns. The Panlong race is the most powerful emperor clan of the sea race, with 6 great emperors. They were the only group with the power and confidence to protect the sword. Finally, it was the Tingxi race. Although they only had 3 great emperors, they were the first sea race to cultivate a great emperor during the Incense era. According to the Fate Shadows analysis, the Tingxi Great Emperor has a high chance of being the one who condensed the lodge of their entire race and forged the sword in the first place. "Give me his location," asked Wang Wei. And after receiving the information he needed, he headed to where Sun Jiaolong was lurking in his disguise form. Wang Wei quickly noticed that his human upper body looked different from his actual face. From a distance, he watched Sun Jiaolong interact with other Tingxi races, forming bonds and relationships. Wang Wei then closed his eyes and connected to the human sword Destiny, trying to use its aura and power to sense other items of tremendous luck. He instantly felt the one Sun Jiaolong had, but he could not find the one belonging to the sea race. He stopped trying and gave up. He had a better way of knowing who had the sword. And if that did not work, he only had to wait until he proved the Tao to get his hands on it. Then, Wang Wei acted. He waited until he was alone and appeared behind him, teleported him to a small world he had created. Although he wanted to bring him back to the surface, he could not directly teleport there unless he used a formation or used brute force and alerted too many people. Wang Wei, Sun Jiaolong groaned as he deactivated his transformation. "Why are you here? What do you want?" He was on full alert since he knew how powerful the monster before him was. Mo Xingyun had explained the 9-extremity foundation to him and the others in the alliance. "Something has been bothering me for some time now," announced Wang Wei. "Why did the human destiny sword choose you?" "What are you talking about?" "It's a fair question. Why did it choose you?" "Because I was the best choice." "Were you?" "If the sword's main criterion were talent, it would never have been your turn. If it was about the spirit of a sovereign, Ji Song was a better match since he also was a crown prince back then. So, why were you chosen? What's so special about you?" Sun Jiaolong did not answer. He had asked himself the same question many times but never reached a satisfactory answer. "I'll tell you my thoughts. The human emperor is not the master of the sword. No one is the master of this sword. However, as its creator, he can influence it to do its bidding. So, he left it as a backhand to do something. I don't know exactly what that is, but I have some theories. Regardless, this is not important for the moment. To achieve his plan, he needs a vessel, a chosen champion. However, the vessel has to meet specific criteria: talented but not too talented. Intelligent and cunning, but not at the level of a Tao Lord or Overlord. A decent background but not one with powerful entities that have become mighty figures in the upper dimension. Do you see where I'm going with this? Someone that is easy to control," added Sun Jiaolong with gritted teeth. "Bingo! These are nothing but conjectures. There is no proof," argued Sun Jiaolong before taking a deep breath to calm down. He would not let these words affect his state of mind or Tao heart. "True. Unfortunately, I don't care if you believe me. I came here to remove a possible threat to my future." His ancestor warned him about hunting the other heaven chosens, which would affect his status as the son of an era. And Wang Wei agreed, especially after the era luck saved him against these great emperors. However, he felt that some people were too dangerous to keep around. They were unstable factors, so he would remove them before they could grow and affect the overall situation. And killing one or two will not affect his status. He rushed towards Sun Jiaolong and punched him. He moved so fast that the latter had no chance to react. Boom! The Great Wu Dynasty's future sovereign exploded into a pool of blood, leaving nothing behind, including his soul and Tao. However, Wang Wei frowned after seeing the final result. Fallen Dragon. Sun Jiaolong's body reformed while also transforming. He grew an additional 3 meters. Golden hair grew on his body, covering him from head to toe. A red battle armor appeared on his body, along with a black staff that Wang Wei identified as a transformed demon destiny sword. The Battle Saint bloodline. Not quite. More like a mutation, muttered Wang Wei. And immediately after the latter finished transforming, he rushed with incomparable speed and plunged his hand into Sun Jialong's chest, ripping it out of his heart. He also used the Rooster Zodiac Acupoint to convert his raw physical strength into spiritual power, destroying Sun Jialong's primordial spirit. Wang Wei calmly watched as the latter's body dropped on the floor, a fist-size hole in his chest. And as expected, the hole instantly healed, and Sun Jialong returned to the land of the living. Without hesitation, the Crown Prince flew away, creating a portal that would teleport him from this small artificial world. And when he exited the portal, he found himself in the same place. Wang Wei watched him with a mocking gaze. Interesting innate talent. You can revive yourself, and your battle strength will increase with each death. This must be the result of your strange bloodline, a bloodline made for battle. Sun Jialong did not answer but activated a void-breaking talisman instead. He only wanted to leave this place as far as possible. The space around him fluctuated, but nothing changed. He was still in the same spot. I can't even feel a domain. How could he be so powerful? Mused Sun Jialong as his mind raced, trying to think of a feasible solution to his predicament. Let's see how many times you can die and revive. Wang Wei glanced at him, and the power of death suddenly enveloped him. Sun Jialong dropped from the sky, dead despite no physical or spiritual injury. Death came to him, so he died, nothing else, nothing more. It was that simple. Sun Jialong opened his eyes while breathing heavily, as if his lungs had not worked properly for a long time. Death was never scary to him, at least not until now. Things had gotten to the point he was about to be desperate. He opened his domain, which slightly surprised Wang Wei. According to his calculations, only the people who attended the trial should have made their breakthrough, and the rest should still be in the void-shattering realm. It seems this generation was growing even faster than previously predicted. He snapped his hand, and a bunch of strings materialized before impaling Sun Jialong, immune to the luck power of his domain. A red armor that covered his entire body manifested on Sun Jialong. He had used his law armor, condensing his power of law into an ultimate form of protection. Wang Wei secretly shook his head as he watched the strings impale him, ignoring the so-called defense. This kind of method was useful in the void-shattering realm but not in the saint realm. It would have been better to condense his domain into a small area around him as protection. Although this tactic requires talent, Sun Jialong could do it after practice. His action showed his lack of battle IQ and the fact he had just entered the saint realm and did not take the time to cultivate or practice. This is what happens when someone focuses too much on foreign aid, neglecting cultivation and individual strength. Wang Wei walked before Sun Jialong's corpse, and when the latter revived, he placed his hand on his head to forcefully read his memories and fate line. It was not the first time he witnessed Sun Jialong's life. After the heaven-chosen selection trial, he had read the latter's fate line. This time, however, he decided to be more detailed and not miss anything. He wanted to find any connection Sun Jialong had with the human emperor. Nothing, he muttered as he dropped the body on the floor. A few seconds later, a desperate Sun Jialong revived, his aura immensely more powerful. So, only 6 lives, commented Wang Wei as he sensed the latter would perish for good this time. And despite all these boosts, your strength is still nowhere near the immortal venerable level. A frown appeared on his head. The human destiny sword only showed up during rare times when the world needed it. I can conclude it appears in this generation because of the change in the era, and the human emperor chose you for the same reason. However, why are you so weak? Could it be he did not foresee that the power ceiling in this era would be such a high amount heaven chosens? I told you, am not the human emperor's pawn. Is that so? Then, let's see. Wang Wei clenched his hand into a fist and punched. Bam! Sun Jiaolong tried to block with the demon destiny sword, but it was to no avail. Luckily for him, an unknown and mysterious power emanated from his body, sending Wang Wei flying away. Here you are, he groaned as he got up. That power was on par with one root Dao ancestor. So, was the human emperor planning on interfering with this generation's heaven-will battle? Many things started to add up in his mind while also gathering even more questions. These people usually should not be able to influence the heaven-will battle. But things might be different with the situation of true heavenly Dao. The human emperor should know one root Dao ancestor strength is not enough for Sun Jiaolong to win the final battle. So, what is the point of his actions? Although he only recently achieved this level of power, Di Tian was here since the beginning, and the latter should know what the Nine Extremity Foundation was. Unless his backhand was only to protect Sun Jiaolong in case of an emergency. The clear conclusion is that Sun Jiaolong's objective is not related to the heaven-will battle but the whole karmic position of humans, Earth, and the Heavenly Emperor. More reason to kill him. The Heavenly Emperor position can only be mine. He had many plans for the position. Honestly, he did not know about the three karmic position until he learned about the Earth Emperor from Gu Xian's memories. However, he had long planned to create the position of Heavenly Emperor as part of his future plans. And this fact made him feel that the human emperor calculated him. He felt the latter was waiting for someone to create that position. Wang Wei did not like this feeling, so Sun Jiaolong must die. Suddenly, Wang Wei sensed something outside and checked with his divine sense. He saw a young man with jaws of sharp teeth smiling at him after detecting his scan. Is this Yi Lianchang from the Deep Squid race? What an eerie aura, commented Wang Wei. Nevertheless, he did not want to deal with the political implications of his unannounced visit. So, he waved his hand to create a transmission array into his small world and teleported to the surface. As he floated above the sea, he closed his eyes to sense something. Northern continent. He broke the space and teleported to a mountain range where he sensed a secret realm protected by formation. He punched the secret realm and instantly destroyed it, revealing a disheveled Sun Jiaolong. He was not in the best shape, not only because of his injuries but because of the mysterious power that suddenly appeared in his body. I don't care if I'm a pawn. Please give me the strength to kill my opponent, he yelled in his mind. And someone or something answered his prayer. A terrifying power emerged from his body, giving him an intoxicated feeling. Sun Jiaolong looked at Wang Wei like a hunter looking at prey. Drunk on power. Until your end, you were a disappointment. He connected to his incarnations, increasing his aura to an even higher level than his opponent. A few minutes later, Wang Wei held Sun Jiaolong's corpse, dangling it in the air. He doubled, tripled, and quadrupled checked to see if the latter was absolutely dead. Even after sealing the demon destiny sword and putting it away, he was not sure and checked again. In the end, he burned Sun Jiaolong's body to ensure nothing unexpected occurred. Finally, he used his Era Destiny status to contact Heavenly Dao and made it delay the announcement of Sun Jiaolong's death. As a heaven chosen, his death will show visions to the entire world, announcing and worshipping his death. Wang Wei wanted a delay before he went after his next opponent. Without wasting time, he opened a portal to the Western continent. Limbo, the place between living and non-living, the place between existence and non-existence, the human emperor sensed Sun Jiaolong's death. What's going on? According to my calculations, there should not have been any problem with the first step. His plans involved acquiring the Heavenly Emperor position. However, after many years of calculations and divinations, this was supposed to be the easiest part of the plan. Was my divination wrong? According to his divination, the first step only required him to win the heaven-will battle in the myriad emperor world at a certain point. So, he waited until now, but there seems to have been a hiccup. After pondering for a moment, he denied the possibility of wrong divination. He used a great treasure gifted to him by Hongjun, and knowing the latter's realm, he doubted there would be an issue. The human emperor sensed that Wang Wei was responsible for eliminating his pawn. So, he calculated again to determine his next step. Let's just wait. Let's focus on acquiring the Earth Emperor position first. Unlike the Heavenly Emperor position, which would require him to do a lot of work, the Earth Emperor position was a ripped fruit ready to be picked. Known Truth, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Drius X for the chapter, Wang Wei went to the Western continent, in the Mo clan's domain. Of course, because of his previous rampage, he was not welcome in this place, so he had to hide his identity. A month passed, and Mo Xingyun was nowhere in sight. Wang Wei then decided to take a more proactive method. He contacted one of the Fate Shadow Guards with a high status in the Mo clan and had them find an excuse to send her out. This plan worked, but Wang Wei had to wait an entire 6 months before she actually left. And a few times, he sensed this weird method trying to find him, trying to find danger, to be exact. He had to use many techniques to hide effectively. Luckily, his patience was soon rewarded as Mo Xingyun left the clan. Once she arrived at a destination, a few domains from her clan, Wang Wei finally intercepted her. "Cautious, aren't we?" "Apparently, not enough," replied Mo Xingyun calmly. "Should I call you Mo Xingyun or Heaven-Devouring Emperor?" "Why would you call me by my ancestor's name?" she rebutted. "I have to say, your method is truly wonderful. No matter what technique I use, I cannot see any signs of body possession. Even your bloodline appeared normal. That's because your assumption is wrong." Mo Zhangyan. "Then, how do you explain the anomalies? Why is it you know things you should not know?" "I don't have to explain anything to you." "True. Anyway, after confirming the Heaven-Devourer Emperor died miserably after many people jumped him, I've already labeled you as his means of revival. And that is enough for me to remove your existence." Wang Wei punched with all the power of his main body. Boom! The area around Mo Xinjian twisted as 10 small vortexes that resembled black holes protected her by swallowing the force of that punch. She was intact. "For leaf strength and a terrific control of the Devour Dao," commented Wang Wei. His attack was on the level of 6 leaf, yet Mo Xingyun still swallowed it despite the fact it should have been over her capacity limit. And the reason for that is she has an unmatched speed for swallowing and refining anything she devoured. Her ability would be nothing even Wang Wei could do, even if he had cultivated the law of devouring. Should I be delighted for your appraisal? You should. However, I'm somewhat disappointed. Oh, and why is that? I can't sense the power of 9 Extremity Foundation from you. That's not something anyone can achieve. True. But you're the Heaven-Devourer Emperor. I am not. With your understanding of existence, you should have used the unorthodox way. Your words literally prove that I'm not the Heaven-Devourer Emperor, rebutted Mo Xingyun, trying to think of ways to get out of the situation. She pondered ways of escaping and surviving this encounter. "No, I'm missing something," replied Wang Wei as if he was thinking out loud. One of the fastest ways for an emperor to revive themselves is to possess someone related to them by bloodline, since family is a perfect vessel for their powers and Tao. However, the order of heaven and earth would not allow you guys to simply participate in the heaven will battle and use your power to win. There must be restrictions, one of which is that you can only rely on the power and talent of the people you possess. You can use your knowledge and experience to make Mo Xingyan's body as strong as she currently is. But you cannot use your understanding of existence to use the unorthodox method of 9 Extremity. She could only achieve 9 Extremity if she had the talent to comprehend existence. Am I correct? Wang Wei's understanding of the world's order deepened. Heavenly Tao does not allow great emperors to abuse the heaven will battle system to cultivate, similar to the way the Five-Heart Emperor did. However, the latter will, in turn, ignore them if they use this method to revive themselves. Of course, Wang Wei did not believe all emperors could use this method, and there might be a price to pay. Otherwise, too many dead emperors would try this method to revive themselves instead of waiting for countless Yuan epochs. As I said, I'm not my ancestor. I've only received some inheritance from him. Quick question, don't you have some form of body dysmorphia? After all, you were once a man. Mo Xingyun did not answer, and Wang Wei shrugged his shoulder. He gathered the power of all his incarnations and punched. Fate Annihilation Fist, the entire domain trembled before creating a massive spatial tear. However, Mo Xingyun was nowhere to be seen. What an ingenious technique, muttered Wang Wei. Mo Xinjian's Proving Tao artifact is unique as it is used mainly to store the overspilled power that her body cannot swallow or digest. She devoured his entire attack with this method before redirecting it to open a spatial passage. Mo Xingyun used his power to remove his blockade of the surrounding. She was fast, efficient, and displayed excellent battle IQ. Her extraordinary ability has further convinced him the Heaven Devourer Emperor possessed her body. Wang Wei left a clone to fix the damage he did to the spatial structure of this place. Meanwhile, his main body divined and calculated Mo Xingyun's whereabouts. After teleporting to her destination, he squinted his eyes, one of the forbidden lands, the swallowing zone. The power of time flashed in his eyes, and he saw her rushing inside less than a second ago. Wang Wei pondered for a moment before deciding against further pursuing. He was dealing with a possible eternal emperor, even if it was severely restricted. Not to mention, the Heaven Devourer Emperor was a Tao Lord, which indicated his intelligence and cunningness. And taking into account the environmental advantage, Wang Wei was not stupid enough to fight Mo Xingyun in a place full of devouring power. After pondering about it for a while, he left. He was satisfied with removing Sun Jiaolong as a threat. As for Mo Xingyun, he placed her at the top of the list of people to be on the lookout for at all times. Inside the swallowing zone, Mo Xingyun waited for a few minutes. Not taking the bait, she muttered with slight regret. She knew this place like the back of her hand and had laid out killing methods all over this place capable of dealing with third-class emperors. Mo Xinjian gazed toward the center, still longing for what was there. She took a deep breath to calm down and rearrange her plan. If I want to prove the Tao again, I need a method to deal with these 9 extremity people. Her mind raced, thinking about the different possibilities. I need a powerful magical weapon on par with them. Heavenly Tao had strict rules on using foreign aid for the heaven will battle. For example, participants could not use a Tao ancestor-level puppet to compete or a talisman on that level. Mo Xingyun knew that in the beginning Emperor era, Heaven Chosens could not even use Emperor weapons in their battles in the beginning Emperor era. However, she also knew a loophole to this rule: she could use foreign as long as she refined it herself. For example, if a weapon refiner created an immortal weapon, they can use the weapon during their Heaven will battle. And that was exactly her plan. Mo Xingyun began to use the surrounding formation to gather and condense the power of Devour in the area. She planned to create a weapon on par with 5 Root Tao Ancestor before using it at an opportune time when both Di Tian and Wang Wei were at their weakest. And her alliance is to have enough cannon fodder to weaken these 2 or as sacrifice when needed. Wang Wei returned to the sect. He wanted to hunt down many of the new Heaven Chosens that had recently risen since he suspected many were spies of the upper dimension. Regrettably, these people had excellent methods of hiding themselves from divination, preventing him from rooting out the traitors from the innocent. And he could not mindlessly slaughter them until he found the traitors, since that would affect his Era Sun title. Of course, he would not give up so easily. Since he could not divine their identity, he would use his intelligence network to find who he was looking for. He contacted Wang Ju as soon as he returned home to get information from her. How is it? Did you identify anyone? Yes and no. We have identified a few people who we could label as small fish, she explained. As for the truly important individuals, we only have one suspect. She showed him a picture using an image talisman. It was a picture of a young man with dark eyes with no pupils or iris and a flame mark on his forehead. Yu Zhu, a member of the soul race. The corpse-selling sect. The soul race was one of the minority races of the myriad emperor world, with their population barely enough to classify them as a medium-sized races. As for their overall power, they only had 2 great emperors. Regrettably, one event forced their race to live in seclusion in a small world forever. Their second emperor, Multiple Face Emperor, had the ambition to use her race's natural ability to possess people to enact a grand plan. The Multiple Face Emperor wanted to divide her soul into an infinite number and possessed every living being in the myriad emperor world, turning into an aggravated mass of souls or a hive mind. Unfortunately for her, she first targeted the 5 Elements Palace, where they were at their peak and the leader of Taoism. All 6 of their best insurgent besieged the Multiple Face Emperor, who was a peak first-class emperor. She lost the fight with her body destroyed. However, as an expert in Soul Dao, she escaped, and the soul race was forced to live in isolation, only showing up during the Heavenwall battle. Wang Wei knew, to this day, there were rumors that the Multiple Face Emperor did not leave but moved her plan to behind the scenes. She wanted to be more secretive and not so direct. The events of the soul race were one of the few exciting things that occurred during the New Beginning Emperor, along with the rapid rise of the Academy. That battle severely impacted the 5-Element Palace, leading to the direct confrontation with the profound Tai Gate. Not long afterward, they cultivated their 7th Emperor and won the confrontation. Then, they forced the 5-Element Palace to leave the central continent. Wang Wei stopped his words as he sensed something. He looked outside and saw an enormous dragon covering the sky and wailing before dispersing into trillions of motes of light. A sense of sadness and loss suddenly enveloped the entire world. They mourned the passing of a great man. The mortals did not know what was happening, but the cultivators did. A heaven chosen had perished. They quickly calculated who it was and learned it was from the great Wu dynasty, Sun Jiaolong. And, of course, they wanted to know who did it. No answer. No one could divine information about Wang Wei unless they were at least a 3rd-class insurgent. Nevertheless, he knew people would find out it was him since he was not exactly careful about hiding his whereabouts. The Great Wu dynasty definitely already knew since it had been 6 months since their genius died, and they would instantly know after his soul lamp was extinguished. And any intelligent person can deduce that only the heiress Sun could delay the announcement of a heaven-chosen's death. After Sun Jialong's funeral, Wang Wei proceeded with his life. What is so special about this person? Recently, the corpse-selling sex business has been booming. Many people want good corpses to possess in the hope of being lucky and increasing their talent, explained Wang Ju. Body possession has some advantages that many people want to take advantage of. For example, some races are naturally gifted. By possessing them, an individual will get rid of the shackles of their talents and achieve wonders in the cultivation journey. The only problem is ensuring the soul fits perfectly with the body. Cultivators require many techniques, arrays, and resources for the process. And there is a limit to the number of times someone can exchange body based on their cultivation. Most cultivators, even someone as naturally talented as Wang Wei, can only have between a 95 to 99% fit with any bodies they possess. But the soul race does not have any of these issues. However, Yu Zhu asked for a very specific body. The requirements were so stringent that the corpse-selling sect had to contact its other branches to get it for him. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. The corpse-selling sect can be considered one of the most powerful factions of the Endless Void. And they most likely hold the first position. There are branches scattered in every heavenly world, and many have one or more great emperors. Their sect operated as if it was a business or corporation, focused only on selling corpses. They rarely provoke or clash with anyone. They are the epitome of low-key development. However, Wang Wei saw them as a threat, especially after coming in contact with other heavenly worlds and learning how far this sect has spread its fangs. Just the amount of chi luck this faction has is unfathomable. And according to his prediction, their factions have more branches under different names, dormant in case something happens and they need to hide or start over. The founder of the corpse-selling corpse is something, thought Wang Wei. According to his predictions, with how they operated, the corpse-selling sect won't be much trouble for his plan. On the contrary, they might be the perfect partners. However, he wanted the luck of their factions for himself. The problem was their founder. He didn't know who it was yet, but whoever it was must have been a brilliant man. What Wang Wei worries about is this person is now one of the paragons in limbo, and he will one day use his sect's chi luck to revive. And if he dips his greedy finger into the latter's food, he might create an enemy for himself, an enemy who was possibly on par with his ancestor. Do you have any information about Yu Zhu from when he was in the soul race's small world? Yes, replied Wang Zhu before giving him the sleeper's information, and Wang Wei frowned. He suspected Yu Zhu was a spy from the upper dimension. However, his life had no anomalies. There was no sudden change in demeanor, behavior, sudden strength gain, or anything odd. Yu Zhu was one of the many geniuses of the soul race. And after defeating the others, he received the support of the entire race to cultivate for this generation's heavenly battle. If Yu Zhu is a spy, then it can mean two things. The method used by the upper dimension is not something we can detect. Secondly, they have been infiltrating the myriad emperor world since the beginning of this generation, commented Wang Wei. Do we have any other evidence to suggest he is a spy and not just from our world? Yes. It's the flame mark on his forehead. What does this have to do with anything? This kind of mark could be a fashion sense or an indication that Yu Zhu cultivated a powerful flame technique. From the records, we discovered that someone used to have a similar mark in his youth, the undead Phoenix Emperor. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. He told the Fate Shadow Guard to be on the lookout for any information related to undead Phoenix Emperor and the Disaster Emperor since they had a connection to the Myriad Emperor world. Keep a lookout for Yu Zhu. Even though he only received the undead Phoenix's inheritance, he is suspicious. Send a few people to test his ability. As you wish. What about the corpse-selling sect? We should have people in high positions, right? Yes. Can they also infiltrate the other branches? Not very likely. Contact with the other branches has strict requirements. What about the Fate Shadow Guard branches I've instructed you to create? Thanks to your help, the initial development is going well. But, without the sleepers, it's almost impossible to infiltrate the high levels of so many factions without being detected. Indeed. With his Spirit Flower's ability, Wang Wei helped the Fate Shadow Guard spread in other heavenly worlds. However, if he wants things to be in the Myriad Emperor realm, with spies in high positions in every sect, it's not possible in a short time, especially since there are no sleepers for him to take over. Alright. Continue monitoring laying low in the corpse-selling sect. Place them as a priority when it comes to news. As you wish. I have a few important things to do before I go into retreat. I will take this time for us to go through the ceremony for you to officially become my shadow. Wang Zhu's eyes lit up in excitement. She bowed to him before excusing herself to attend to her duty. Meanwhile, Wang Wei used his sect master to send a request to the ancestor. He needed to do something crucial that required their help. And only after succeeding will he be able to sleep soundly. Then, he rushed home to see his wife. Wu Hong looked at him with a side eye. Your footsteps indicate you are not excited to see me but want something from me. I just want to ask something. So, I was right. Wanting and asking are two different things. Semantic. What do you want to know? If you're asking about the Heaven Devourer Emperor, I never interacted with the man, so I know very little. No. Death Reverence, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to DroX for the gift. You're asking about Death Reverence. Is that his name? Commented Wang Wei. The corpse-selling sect's founder was a mystery because no one knows where the original sect started. Two branches claim to be the main one and where the founder originated, from the soul's sublimation world and the underworldine world. The corpse-selling sect in both these heavenward world has cultivated 5 great emperors and is the branch with the highest number. Do you want to deal with the corpse-selling sect? Asked Wu Hong, somewhat worried. Yes. I feel their faction's chi luck is worth the trouble. But I want to know your opinion. I don't know. What do you mean? I'm somewhat conflicted, reiterated Wu Hong. Part of me wants you to deal with them as this might be the only chance. However, I also don't want you to have anything to do with Death Reverence, especially early in your cultivation journey. So, who is this person that even makes you hesitate? Death Reverence was a boundless paragon on par with me and your ancestor. He played a significant role in all major events. However, we did not like him since we were always wary of him. Wary of what? Of his ambitions, ideals, goals, stated Wu Hong. When he was young, he became obsessed with death. He believed death was a beautiful thing that all things in existence should experience. That's dangerous. Yes, with his unparalleled talent, it was a recipe for disaster. So, what exactly did he do? We originally thought he spread the corpse-selling sect throughout the endless void to gather more luck and stuff. However, something he did during the Second War of Origin made us realize his real intention. Wu Hong paused to recollect, and Wang Wei became intrigued. There was this one particular source chaos world that was troublesome to conquer. Some unknown power isolated it, and we could not directly descend. We infiltrated it by sending clones, hoping for them to cultivate and rise to the top before taking it down from the inside. Unfortunately, this method failed until Death Reverence showed up. The main issue with this source chaos world was that our clones would be discovered and destroyed when we tried to break the Empyrean realm. Was it different for Death Reverence? Asked Wang Wei. A little. After proving the Tao, he spread the corpse-selling sect throughout the all-savant world while his clone hid and did not continue to cultivate. After countless Yuan epochs, once it had spread in every corner of the world, he gathered the power of all the sects to instantly return to the Paragon realm. Wu Hong squinted her eyes. We thought we had finally succeeded. But that's when he showed his fang. The corpse-selling sects were some sort of ceremony where he turned the entire all-savant world into a world of death, killing all sentient beings, no matter the realm. Wang Wei had a severe look on his face. Why would he do that since it would reveal his plans for the Eternal Ascension world? We don't know exactly. The best guess we had was something precious was inside the all-savant world. The very thing probably responsible for preventing us from entering and restricting our development. Wang Wei caressed his temple as he felt things were more complicated than he previously thought. He was only greedy for their sect's chi luck. He did not expect to be dealing with a powerful secret boss. What happened next? We did not hesitate to besiege him. After all, we did not want our home to suffer the same fate. And he survived? Asked Wang Wei in shock. Yes. Not only that, he ran away with only severe injuries. She remembered that battle. Countless peak-boundless paragons tried their best to eliminate Death Reverence, but he still escaped. Later on, he even participated in the ultimate taboo after the all-savant world suddenly disappeared from the face of the universe. That's scary to think. In that case, what about the corpse-selling sect? Why didn't you guys remove them? We tried but failed because of too many restrictions. What do you mean? Great emperors cannot intervene whatsoever in the lower dimensions after the ascension. Empyreans can be sent a projection, but they can only attack if willing to receive punishment from heavenly Tao. And their attacks also have limits. Paragons can also send projections and attacks. But there is a limit and the level of the attack. We tried to eradicate the corpse-selling sect by sending projections. However, death reverence will always appear and expel us, resulting in us only capable of destroying a few branches that recover after some time. Things are not adding up, said Wang Wei. How is this man so capable? That's the odd thing about him. After turning on him, we realized many of his methods were odd and had this incongruence or incompatibility to them. Moreover, in addition to his hiding ability, he was a master of the order and disorder Tao. What do you mean? He knew how to bend the rules of heavenly Tao to his advantage, explained Wu Hong. For example, the model of spreading to other world communities was not invented by the corpse-selling sect. Before the Null Era, this tactic was more common to ensure the spread of some factions and prevent them from destruction. However, true heavenly Tao's balance system activated and banned this method afterward. Any factions who tried this method were guaranteed to be schemed against, resulting in the destruction of the branches. Yet, the corpse-selling sect is intact. To this day, I do not know how he did it. Wang Wei sighed deeply, feeling things were too complicated. What about his homeworld? Is he from the soul sublimation or underworldine world? Did you guys at least find something from there? None. In fact, no one truly knows the first branch since he made sure to erase it from his history. I even suspect he personally hides the first branch, completely isolating them from the outside. We also search his homeworld, the spirit central world. But we found nothing. I remember the spirit central world is a rare world dominated by the spirit race. Is death reverence one of them? Yes. To be exact, he is a tomb that gained sentience. Well, it fits with his name and motif, replied Wang Wei as he walked back and forth, pondering deeply. What about the two sons? Why don't they do anything about death reverence? Wu Hong suddenly realized something now that he had mentioned it. Both Mithraea and he know death reverence's weirdness and the potential danger he poses. However, since both his existence and history have not been erased, it means even those two could not find him. In that case, why haven't they eradicated the corpse-selling sect? That, I don't know, she replied, shaking her head. However, you don't have to worry about the death ceremony, death reverence is the problem. Did you guys solve the ceremony problem? Yes. After failing to eradicate his sect, we left formations in the upper dimension to counter the ceremony. However, it would be ideal if the last worry was removed. She looked at him. What are you going to do? What do you think? With your plans, you will be in a unique position in the endless void. So, dealing with the corpse-selling sect should not be a problem. However, I don't want you to deal with death reverence so early. This man gives me a bad vibe. Wang Wei understood her hesitation. Death reverence is talented, extremely powerful, cunning, and has many weird methods that even the two sons cannot detect, dealing with such an opponent at the current stage of his cultivation path. Of course, he had some advantages. But the cards were not stacked in his favor. Is he in limbo like the others? Yes. That's good news for me. However, it might not be enough. So, what are you going to do? You'll decide after proving the Tao. Too many things could happen from now until then, and Wang Wei wanted to watch the situation. As of now, he was leaning toward eradicating the corpse-selling sect. And it was not because of their chi luck but because his intuition told him that death reverence might be a problem for him in his later years of cultivation. And if he can damage him in any ways possible, he would take the opportunity. Simultaneously, he did not have to eradicate them now or doing himself. He could leave the means for others to do it and give the order after he ascends and reaches a certain cultivation level. It will all depend on the situation after proving the Tao. After chatting with Wu Hong and planning ahead, he went to check on his science and technology world while waiting for news from his ancestors. The assembly. Wang Wei watched everything in his surroundings. No longer existed the peaceful world full of tall and futuristic buildings. He could not see spaceships covering the sky like birds migrating. Instead, the sky had a dull gray color that gave the entire world a depressing atmosphere. He saw cracks in space scattered in different directions. Most places were devastated, including forests, mountains, rivers, and populated cities. There were only a few areas that looked like civilizations had begun anew. Genetics warriors are now rare, and the few powerful ones on par with void-shattering realm ruled over different sections of the world. Scientists were now the most valued individuals as fought over by various factions. However, they no longer had any power and were forced to focus only on research. They were basically under house arrest. Those attacks did a number on this world, muttered Wang Wei. The original science and technology world was only a middle thousand world. Although Wang Wei controlled the laws of heaven and earth and even expanded the world, at its essence, it was still a middle thousand world, making its spatial stability very fragile. When these two great emperors attacked with full force, they destroyed the world, killing more than 99% of its population. And in the 300 years Wang Wei was in retreat to cultivate, a new civilization sprouted out from the ashes of the old one. After checking the situation, he began to repair things. Using his space-time law and fate law, he returned the world to its original state, including reviving the dead. The only problem was he could not save everybody. Many people died because of the great emperor's attack. And since these people were mortals, that attack eradicated their existence, and current Wang Wei could not do anything about that. However, he could still revive the people who died as a result of the world's destruction. He did try to save some people. Wang Wei tried using his past, present, future karma technique to save some people. He sent the news to one scientist in the past using a karma connection. He tasked the scientist to build a bunker for people's safety. Without heavenly Daos restrictions, he can use his powers to do many things. Although the scientist could not convince many people the world was about to end, he did convince some. Unfortunately, this method failed as these people who died at the Great Emperor's attack still died even if they survived in the bunkers. As Wang Wei watched these specific individuals erased from existence, he muttered. So, great emperors have some form of causal or temporal immunity to attacks, spells, and techniques below the mortal realm. By all logic, Wang Wei changed the past, and these people should have survived. But this was not the case. Helpless, he continued to return the world to its previous state. He returned society to its original order, but he had to deal with the lack of population. He tried to clone the people he could not revive. And as expected, the emperor's power did not allow these people to revive themselves in this manner. Helpless, he had to resort to create a large number of clones before modifying their faces. Luckily, there would be no problem in a short time because of the advanced genetic technology of this world. Nevertheless, Wang Wei also passed laws to encourage birth growth. He even removed the memories of the catastrophe from most of the population to prevent mass hysteria, depression, and anxiety. Finally, he left the blood samples for Saint, Supreme, and Quasi-Emperor for the scientists to continue their research. After exiting the science and technology world, he was somewhat worried that Grand Tao would show up and waited for a few minutes before he could move. He sighed in relief while also wondering how powerful Hong Jun was even to protect him from Grand Dao. For the next few days, he waited for news from his ancestors while spending as much time as possible with his lovely wife. A week later, he received a summon and teleported to one of the sect's secret realms. "You are?" he asked, looking at the middle-aged man before him. He had a peaceful aura that indicated he was a very stable person. Maybe too stable. "Origin 1. You can call me Sir Origin." Wang Wei cupped his hand to salute, but Origin 1 stopped him. "You're the sect master. You don't need to salute any of us." Wang Wei nodded, knowing this was one of the sect's rules. "Is everything already prepared?" "I thought it would take longer," continued Wang Wei. "During Gu Xian's trial, we already had a semi-official alliance. So, it was simpler to gather everyone." "That's good." He nodded. "Can I ask you a question?" "Sure, but I might not answer. I've heard about the others. Sword 1, Desolate 1, and so on. Do you all cultivate the same Tao as our emperors?" "Some of us do, but not all of us," Sword 1 replied. "For example, I cultivate Thunder Tao. However, Qiyuan blessed me with many abilities from Origin Tao. And it's the same for the others who cultivate different Taos." "That makes sense. So, it's just a title. You should understand that titles, or words in general, have power." "That's true. Last question, the way you call the answer seems very intimate. Did you know him personally?" "Very astute," commented Origin 1. He knew this kind was intelligent, but it was different when you interacted with him and noticed this trait. "I was one of his elders back in the ancient Wang clan. I supported and protected him when others scorned him for his ideas and beliefs. I guess he would not be here today if not for you." "Maybe," replied Origin 1. "All right, let's begin the meeting." Wang Wei followed him to a room full of formations. After activating it, countless small screens appeared with people's faces. When Wang Wei showed up, everyone paid attention to him despite everyone present being an immortal tier powerhouse or accompanied by one. This was the political power of the sect master of the most powerful sect of the myriad emperor world and the son of an era title. "Greetings, fellow Daoist," began Wang Wei calmly, not nervous despite facing representatives of most of the emperor's lineages of the world from all 5 continents. "What is the reason for this meeting?" asked the Panlong race patriarch, who had an insurgent of his clan also accompanied. Typically, their sea race is left out of any conflict or interaction of the surface world. "Do you know of the recent changes that occurred in the lower dimension?" asked Wang Wei, getting directly into the core of this meeting. Most of the mortal leaders did not know what he was talking about, but the immortal powerhouses were aware. This is why Wang Wei insisted on them attending. These powerhouses immediately filled in their sect masters or patriarchs of the situation, resulting in small cluster chatters in this meeting. Wang Wei did not interrupt and gave these people enough time to think and process the information. "What does this have to do with this meeting?" asked the representative of the ancient clan, Huo Fenghuang's father. "By now, you are aware that many other worlds see our rise as a threat," added Wang Wei. "Without the interference of the upper dimension, many of these people will become more bold and direct in their actions. If they want a planar war, we are not afraid of them," commented Jian Yi from the sword-casting villa. "This is not the main issue. If these worlds ally together, they could disturb our heavenward battle," added the representative from the 5-element palace. "We should also consider the possibility of immortal sovereigns intervening," proposed Di Tian's father. Wang Wei nodded, as this was one of his main worries. He believed Heavenly Tao did not like the unstable factor of immortal sovereigns in the lower dimension. So, it schemed for their downfall, drastically reducing the number present. However, there should still be a few remaining. "Aren't you guys worrying too much?" stated the Mo clan patriarch from the western continent. "Nothing has happened yet." Wang Wei glanced at him. He decided to keep the news of the Heaven Devourer Emperor's possible resurrection a secret since he had no proof besides his theory. Even if revealed, there is nothing to gain as of yet. Have you people forgotten the forbidden zones, especially the Dao burial ground, said Wang Wei. Without pressure and possible intervention from the upper dimension, who knows what these people will do? Indeed. The forbidden zones have become a liability for the myriad emperor world. In the current state of the world with no immortal sovereign, dealing with any eternal emperors is a recipe for disaster. What do you suggest we do? Asked Tan Zichen, the sect madam of the Eternal Dreams sect. You must have some solution if you ask us here. Yes, replied Wang Wei. My solution is simple, we need to activate the human protection array. Not just it, but the demon and sea race protection array. And, you guys should be glad I don't feel like giving a cliffhanger. Good faith. The human and demon protection array is the primary reason the myriad emperor world did not entirely succumb to the devil race invasion. With its help, many eternal emperors died when trying to overthrow the balance of the world. With its service, the Academy could also exile the Heaven Devourer Emperor. The only downside was it would activate itself when the world was in danger, indicating it had a consciousness. However, with the human and demon destiny swords showing up, it could be actively activated and controlled. Your plan is good and all, said Panlong Clan Patriarch. But the sea race does not have a protection array. Patriarch Long, at this point in history, we all know that's a lie, rebutted Wang Wei. For your race to prosper, they must have a luck-condensing artifact. And one of your emperors should have calculated the benefit of a racial protection array. Even the spirit race with the smallest population definitely has those two things. Junior, you are calling me a liar, demanded the Panlong Patriarch with a slightly raised voice. Junior, said Wang Wei with his usual calm demeanor. Since when did the cultivator world respect strength? Long Hai, I give you respect because of your status, not your strength. Veins appeared on Patriarch Long Hai's forehead. Not convinced. You can fight me and learn how many fingers I will use to destroy you and make you contemplate your existence. I guarantee if you survive more than one, your name will forever be entrenched in the annals of history. The meeting became quiet as many people, mostly the mortal representatives, suddenly realized something: the younger generation had surpassed them. Many heaven chosens in this generation are already true persons, meaning they are in the same realm. And even the ones who broke through after the path of Supreme was no longer cut realized that their new realm didn't matter since these geniuses can still fight and defeat them. Excuse my patriarch for his outburst, said Panlong I, the Panlong race's insurgent. The sea race will partake in this endeavor and do its part. He decided to defuse this situation since things could go wrong for them. Unfortunately, he was a little too late. The sea race has always been suspicious. Everyone looked at the spoken person, and it was Chen Chen, a younger generation and recently appointed sect master of Origin Weapon Mountain. What's the meaning of this? Asked Panlong I. From a historical perspective, your race has suffered the least in all the world's catastrophes. You stay isolated in your sea, out of reach with no trouble, he reiterated. That is far from the truth. The bald monks of the incense era hunted and forcefully converted our race. The devil race slaughtered us in large quantities when we refused to betray our home and join them. We lost many immortal sovereigns while fighting with the surface world. We also suffered. That may be true, but enough, declared Wang Wei. We are not here to compete on who suffered most throughout history. In fact, he agreed with Qin Chen that the sea race suffered less among all the races and factions of the world. He even started to suspect they might have an immortal sovereign still alive and present. If there were a faction that did, it would be them. Although ancestor Wuxia told him there were no more of them left in the myriad emperor world, he also was not 100% sure. Finally, Wang Wei has an inherent fear that something terrible exists deep at the bottom of the ocean. It stemmed from all the conspiracy theories he read back on Earth about Chitolu and the thing living deep in the sea. If a creature could survive in the sea of the myriad emperor world, he could not fathom how powerful or scary it would be. Since the sea race has agreed with our notion, we can continue with our assembly. That's good and all. But the demon race cannot do anything, said the Golden Lion Chiefess. We do not have the demon destiny sword to activate the formation. The sword is in my hand, Wang Wei said calmly. And as a sign of good faith, I will hand it over to your race. The demon race representatives were immediately surprised. But before they could analyze the situation and give their thanks, someone objected, Sect Master Wang Wei, is this really a good idea? I agree. I think it would be best to place it in a secure place that all our factions can safely guard. I agree. Me as well. You humans only want to control the luck of our demon race. After what you people have done, do you blame us? And what about what you've done to us, argued the demon representatives. After billion years of suppression, you've killed more of our race than the Golden Ape Emperor ever could. Our actions are only to prevent history to repeat itself. You demons should be glad we did not exterminate your race from this world. Alright, stop before things escalate, Wang Wei stated. In this kind of argument, his status as the perfect son of an era played its role. I need all of you to start thinking and see things on a much larger scale, to go beyond the scope of the myriad emperor world and take into account the entire endless void. Everyone listened to him, waiting for him to finish talking. If you analyze the information from Gu Xian's trial, it's easy to notice that too many geniuses that would be described as era-suppressing have appeared in the lower dimension. It's almost as if a glorious age has occurred in many world communities. And what is the role of a glorious age? To cultivate eternal emperors. Exactly. In this generation, there is a high chance that more than a dozen eternal emperors will appear from the 3,000 world community. You can imagine how complicated things would be if these people decided to give a devastating blow to the myriad emperor world and prevent our development. Meanwhile, he was considering things from a higher point of view and genuinely wanted to cooperate with the demon race to ensure the success of his plans. On behalf of the demon race, we sincerely thank everyone present. The Golden Lion Chiefess remained composed as she knew these people might be only words. She would not have any hope until she saw fundamental changes in the northern continent. Since we have come to an agreement, let's discuss the issue of resources, stated Wang Wei. Compromise, gift bonus chapter. Thanks to SimCity Chabs for the gift. I still think this is not a good idea. Everyone looked at the person who suddenly destroyed the momentum of this assembly, and it was an insurgent from the Origin Rune Palace. Our actions are based on the premise that other planes will attack or intervene in our world. But nothing has happened yet, so why the need to act, explained Formation 1. Everyone looked at him, wondering why he would disagree with something that was obviously beneficial to the entire world. Some people speculated it was something to do with the resource discussion, since it would take an extremely high amount of resources to keep these formations activated until the heaven will battle. These people's speculations were correct. Formation 1 knew the Origin Rune Palace was in a precarious situation. As the founder of Array Dao in the Myriad Emperor world, they had a high status and respect. Unfortunately, it did not change the fact their sect only had 2 great emperors. So, regarding resource allocations, he feared being treated as one of the top emperor lineages with 5 or more emperors. Your objection means nothing since the majority has agreed, announced Wang Wei. The juniors in this generation seem to have massive egos, replied Formation 1. Wang Wei was calm while everyone watched with intrigue. waiting for his response. "Do you want a beating?" asked Origin 1 with a fierce light in his eyes. "If you do, I won't hesitate to break into your sect and give you." Formation 1 almost choked with anger after hearing this. He took a deep breath to calm down. "Does your Dao opening sect want to use its power to force people?" "I've made a good point, and am sure some people feel the same way." "It's not about using our power," rebutted Origin 1. "It's about not giving the title of sect master of our sect any respect. So, watch your words and tone." "Fine, I admit I went out of line," admitted Formation 1. "But my point is valid, nothing has yet to occur, and we might be overreacting." "It's fine if you don't want to participate," Wang Wei interjected. "Your sect will not be included in the protection area of the formation." He then addressed everyone else. "The same goes for all of you. If you don't want to participate, it's fine with me. As the holder of the human destiny sword, I can activate the array only to protect the Dao opening sect when dangers arrive on our doorstep." "That's not how the array works," rebutted Formation 1. "It's connected to the luck of the human race and must protect us humans, not the Dao opening sect." He had lived through the rise of the Great Qin dynasty and the creation of the array. "I can still make the Dao opening sect the array center. Furthermore, I can use my title as a son of an era to convince Heavenly Dao and the array that anyone who voted against this assembly is detrimental to the safety of the human race and not worth its protection." Can the Era Sun do this? No one knew for sure. A few appear throughout the world's history, but none were complete Son of Era, where Heavenly Dao gave them all destinies without any competition. It would be pointless for some of us not to participate. That would be counterproductive to our objectives, commented the Five Elements Palace sect leader. If the array did not protect some factions, the foreign threats could use them to enter the myriad emperor world. Sect Master Wang Wei, you must have considered the issue of resources allocations, he continued asking. "I have," replied Wang Wei before sending them a spreadsheet analyzing the resources each faction needs to pay to maintain the formation. The number is based on the amount of territory you occupied and the publicly available business or resource gathering spots that each of factions has. The number appeared a little high. As I said, it's only an estimate based on the resources you publicly display. If you consider the hidden ones, it's nothing much. No faction would publicly display all its wealth and resources. And taking into account that the burden will be shared with so many people, it is not much in the grand scheme of things. I only have some issues with the demon and sea race, continued Wang Wei. I know the demon don't have many resources despite having such large domains. So, the Dao opening sect will help you bear the burden until our cooperation bears fruit and you can stand on your own. We will gladly accept your aid, said the Golden Lion chiefess. And we promise to one day repay the Dao opening sect. That's fine. Wang Wei knew the demon race still had pride and accepted their promise of repaying him. Anyway, he would not refuse to get his money back. Furthermore, he understood he needed to give them a certain autonomy or dignity to ensure a proper alliance between the two factions. As for the sea race, it was hard for me to get a good overview of your finances. So, you might have to modify it amongst yourselves. The sleepers did not pay much attention to the sea race like everybody else. So, even after taking over their operation, Wang Wei was still lacking compared to the surface world. Wouldn't it be better for each race to be responsible for their arrays? Finally spoke the Tingxi matriarch. Indeed, agreed the representative from the Myriad Spirit Mountain, the most powerful spirit race faction of the Myriad Emperor world with 5 great emperors. They only had accepted members of the spirit race in their sect. The spirit race had the lowest population, and if they only paid for their race's array, it would be cheaper for them. So, they agreed with this statement. I've considered this. But if that were done, it would result in us humans paying too much and the demons not being able to pay at all. And what's wrong with that? Asked the Panlong Patriarch. To prevent resentment and inability for the assembly to succeed. So, the best method is to consider the cost of all the arrays. That way, we are paying for the other race's array, and we are paying for yours. It's all about compromise. Even after Wang Wei said these words, the meeting did not immediately end. A few factions began negotiating the price they needed to pay, resulting in more people arguing. Ultimately, the assembly took another month of ongoing discussion before everyone reached a satisfactory conclusion. Even then, the Sea race asked for more time to figure things out and deal with the issue of their arrays. However, they only had 2 weeks at Wang Wei's insistence and pressure from the human race. The Origin Rune Palace also had to pay more than they were willing. And the main reason was their sect often used their status to occupy resources that their overall strength should not be able to hold. The devil cultivators in the west tried to cause some problems during the negotiation. But the D clan placed their foot down and even threatened Emperor Dao War to eradicate and suppress as many of them as possible. Besides the Dao opening sect, their factions had the highest stake in this assembly. With D Tian, they had the highest chance of winning the Heaven Will battle in this generation and did not want anything to intervene. Finally, everything proceeded smoothly, and the assembly ended. Phew, exhaled Wang Wei out loud. You did a great job. You knew when to compromise, take a loss, and be firm. Basic diplomatic tactics. You are like Qi Yuan when he was young. He always believes in talking first before using force. In fact, it was one of his flaws in his early years. Luckily, the Sword Empress and Battle Baniac were with him. They would act as his iron fist when he hesitated to take action. They seem like the perfect trio, commented Wang Wei. Indeed. Qi Yuan can be too passive. Sword Empress was too aggressive, and Battle Maniac was the voice of reason, the perfect balance between the two, added Origin 1 as he reminisced on the past. I must warn you, said Origin 1 after regaining his bearing. I understand your plans require you to have some level of objectiveness and fairness for all races and factions. But you must remember you're from the Dao opening sect. I know. Plus, I only need to appear fair. But the sect will always be my main priority. As long as you understand. I know it might be annoying to be constantly nagged by us old man. But our wisdom and cautiousness are the most valuable things we have to offer. Wang Wei nodded, as he would never dismiss the advice of somehow who has lived so much longer than him and experienced so many things.